commissioned CII-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. CII-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. CII-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by CII-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by CII-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. CII-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global South. CII-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned CII-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. CII-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. CII-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by CII-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by CII-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. CII-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. CII-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned CII-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. CII-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. CII-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by CII-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by CII-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. CII-Exim Bank's advisory services program over the last 2 decades has played
decades
a
of growth
quintessential
and big
role to
aspirations.
strengthen the institutions in the global south. CII-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned CII-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. CII-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent,
Good morning, everyone. We start the proceedings for day 2 of the session, Next Steps in India Defence Industry Cooperation, Creating Shared Futures. May I request the speakers of the session to please come on stage and so that we can start the deliberations. Thank you. May I please request Air Vice Marshal N.B. Singh, retired, to please come on stage. Ms. Rachita Berry, Consultant Africa, Latin America, Caribbean and United Nations Center, Manohar Parikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, to please join us on stage. Mr. Vaibhav Gupta, Director, MKU Limited. Mr. Sanjay Meharishi, Deputy Director General, Exports, Department of Finance Production, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. His Excellency Dr. David Musabaya, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Industry Trade, Republic of Zimbabwe. His Excellency Mr. Felix Mubayu, Minister Delegate to the Ministry of External Affairs, Republic of Cameroon. Sir, may I request you to please take your seats? We have Mr. Air Marshal N.B. Singh, retired, as the session moderator. Sir, can I request you to please start the session with introductory remarks and take over the session? Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning to all of you. His Excellency Dr. David Musabaya, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Republic of Zimbabwe. His Excellency Mr. Felix Mbayu, Minister Delegate to the Ministry of External Relations, Republic of Cameroon. Mr. Sanjay Maharshi, Deputy Director General Exports, Department of Defense Production, Ministry of Defense, Government of India. Industry speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this session on the next steps in the India-Africa Defense-India cooperation. The partnership between India and Africa in the defense sphere is evolving, with both sides exploring new areas of convergence to address common challenges and promote peace, security, and development. India's growing defense industrial base is emerging as a credible partner in supporting Africa's defense modernization efforts. The two sides are looking to strengthen their collaboration in various domains, including capacity building, training, cybersecurity, maritime security, and counter-terrorism. This partnership recognizes the interrelation between peace, security, and development. And it also aims to enhance Africa's defense capability with a focus on self-sufficiency and sustainability. Here, I would like to refer to the Indo-Africa Defense Dialogue that took place during Defense Expo 2022 in Gujarat. The dialogue focused on enhancing defense cooperation between India and African countries on various fields. The event witnessed the participation of representatives from 50 African countries, including defense ministers and chiefs of defense staff. India offered fellowship to the African experts as well. African countries are seeking a wide range of equipment to meet their security needs. This includes light combat helicopters, patrol vehicles, small arms, shoulder-fired rockets, multi-barrel rocket launchers, and surveillance drones, among others. The session will delve into the possibility for India to support African requirements and collaborate on weapon manufacturing, where India and African countries can jointly develop and produce defense systems tailored to meet their specific requirements. Such collaboration not only enhances Africa's self-reliance, but also promotes technology transfer, local manufacturing, and job creation. However, finance remains a critical aspect of acquiring security equipment. It is crucial to explore innovative approaches such as concessional loans, flexible payments, structures, and strategic partnership with international financial institutions to ensure accessibility and affordability of defense equipment of African countries by overcoming financing challenges. African countries will be able to strengthen their defense capabilities and contribute to regional stability. To enhance defense cooperation between India and Africa, new mechanism needs to be established. It is essential to foster regular interactions between defense officials, industry representatives, and experts from both the sides. These interactions can pave the way for joint research and development projects, technology sharing, and exchange of best practices. By establishing robust mechanism for cooperation, we can enhance trust, deepen engagements, and strengthen the overall partnership between India and Africa in the defense sector. Customization of products for the African market is another crucial aspect of defense industry cooperation. Indian defense companies have the expertise and flexibility to adopt their products to suit the specific needs and requirements. This session will explore how Indian defense companies can collaborate with African stakeholders to understand the local context, develop tailored solutions, and provide training and maintenance support. By customizing products, we can ensure that defense capability acquired by African countries are optimized and aligned with their operational needs. Now, I won't take much time and let the speakers, which we have got a galaxy of them, they are experts in their own fields, they speak about it, and all the points which have been mentioned here will be covered during the interaction. The first speaker is Ms. Ruchita Berry. She is a consultant Africa, Latin America, Caribbean, and United Nations Center at Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. She has served as a senior research associate and center coordinator Africa, Latin America, and Caribbean Sea for a long period of time. And she has got immense experience to share with you all. Hand over to you.
Thank you, AVM and B. Singh. Your Excellency David Musabaya, Your Excellency Felix Nabayu, Mr. Sanjay Mehrishi, Mr. Vaibhav Gupta, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends. We are here discussing the India-Africa Defence Cooperation. And as you are aware, India's engagement with the African region has increased considerably in the recent years. India has accorded high priority for developing closer relations with the African region. And India's engagement with the African countries is consultative and is focused on building local capacities. So it's no wonder that India and Africa are also looking towards defense and security cooperation to enhance their partnership further. Given the fact that both India and the African countries share common security threats like terrorism and maritime insecurity, it is quite evident to understand the urgency of this cooperation. So in my presentation today, I will be presenting to you the three guiding principles of India's India-Africa Defence Cooperation, and I'll go forward to present the three pillars of India-Africa Defence Cooperation and three current or the recent most initiatives on the India-Africa cooperation. So what are the three principles of India-Africa cooperation? I think the first principle that guides India's defense cooperation with the African countries is that the African priorities are India's priority. And what has been the African countries' priority on defense field? That is the African Union's call for making peace a reality, a goal for towards conflict-free Africa, as has been propounded in the Agenda 2063. The second principle that is guiding India's relationship on security field with the African countries is that of Sagar, that is security and growth for all. Because, and this is the vision which was propounded by Prime Minister Narendra Modi during his visit to Mauritius in 2015. Which calls, which understands and underlines the fact that both defense and development go together. You cannot disintegrate one from the other, and only if you have a secure region, then you can have development. The third principle that is guiding India's partnership in defense field with the African countries is the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is that the world is one family, and this is echoed in the African concept of Ubuntu, that I am if you are, underlining the collaborativeness and cooperative structure that exists between the countries across the world. So having underlined the principles, now I move on to the three pillars of India-Africa cooperation. And broadly speaking, they are three, which is the first is providing training to the African security personnel. Yesterday in his address, the External Affairs Minister talked about the fact that developing human resources has been a priority for India. And you find that that's true in the case of military training too. A number of African officers have trained in India in our military training institutions, including the former president of Nigeria, Mr. Buhari, and that of Ghana, Mr. Fred Akuko. The second important pillar of India's defense cooperation with the African countries is that participation in the United Nations peacekeeping efforts in the continent. India has been foremost country in the peacekeeping efforts, the UN peacekeeping efforts in the continent, and India's endeavors in this field have been unique, I say, because they are guided in terms of professionalism, in terms of humanitarian concern, and also in terms of promoting gender equality. That makes India's engagement with Africa in peacekeeping in the continent quite unique. And also the fact that India has been supportive of the African Union's efforts towards enhancing regional peace and security efforts also indicates India's efforts towards peacekeeping in the region. Third important pillar is promoting maritime cooperation. As I mentioned earlier, that maritime insecurity is one of the areas which both India and the African countries converge on. And in case of India, it has been mainly in terms of anti-piracy patrols in the Indian Ocean region, or surveillance as and when demanded by or requested by the African countries. Humanitarian and disaster relief, as like in India, we are facing a cyclone right now on the Gujarat high coastline, and similarly in the case of a number of African countries, cyclones and humanitarian disasters are increasing, especially in the Indian Ocean region, and India has been the first responder. Indian Navy particularly has been the first responder in these issues. Now I move on to the three recent initiatives that you must make note of. And first is the India-Africa Defense Dialogue. Now we hosted the second India-Africa Defense Dialogue in Gandhinagar last year. The aim of this dialogue is basically to increase defense industry collaboration between India and the African countries and explore India's support to African countries in terms of India providing the defense equipment to meet their security requirements. The second interesting initiative that India has launched is in terms of joint exercises. First, in terms of maritime exercises, there's been initiative of India, Mozambique, Tanzania trilateral exercise, which took place last year in October to enhance the interoperability between the three countries. The second initiative is that of India-Africa field training exercise, which is the AF-Index. The second edition of it took place in Pune earlier this year, and here the participants from various African countries and India work together in terms of finding common understanding of humanitarian minus assistance and peacekeeping operation. The last initiative that I'm talking of is the India-Africa Army Chiefs Conclave, which India hosted in March this year. And the main purpose of this conclave was to increase synergy between the armed forces of India and Africa as part of a regional cooperative mechanism. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at future cooperation in security sphere between India and Africa, that would depend on a greater understanding of the challenges which both India and African countries face. So that this calls for a greater dialogue and discussion at all levels between India and the African countries. I'd like to end my presentation today by reiterating the words of India's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and he said that during the first India-Africa Army Chiefs Conclave, he called for greater defence industry collaboration between the two countries and said, and I'd like to quote him, just give me a minute. He says, India has emerged as a leading defence exporter in recent years. A defence manufacturing ecosystem has been created here. So India aims to empower our African friends. We are also committed to share our expertise and knowledge in defence manufacturing, research and development. I hope our discussions will enhance defence cooperation between India and African countries. Thank you.
Next speaker on the panel is Mr. Vaibhav Gupta. He is the Director, Business Development, MKU Limited. Mr. Vaibhav Gupta, Director of MKU Limited, is heading the Business Development and Sales in India and is member of various committees of Defence and Homeland Security at SIDM and FICCI. He is also member of committee at BIS Bureau of Indian Standards for designing of body armor standards for India. Over to you, Viv.
Thank you, ma'am, for setting the stage for me to deliver my presentation. And I would like to say thank you to AVM NB Singh, Sri Sanjay Maharishi ji, His Excellency David Masuba, and His Excellency Felix Mabayo. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. So, as ma'am pointed out very rightly, that prosperity can happen only when there is peace and security, and that is where we come in. So, our is a journey which goes back to 1985, and we realized the need in India that we need to equip our soldiers with the latest and the modern gear available in the world today. And that is where the journey started. And now with, coming, of age, we want to export our products to Africa. We have been already doing that since many years, and we are looking for forging new partnerships here in this room. And I invite everybody to visit our exhibition booth in the exhibition hall and look at our products and talk to our people. We would be very interested. So, taking the presentation forward. So, we are a global defense and homeland security company, and which believes in empowering heroes, and that is our ethos and core. We are MKU, Empowering Heroes. Here is our chairman, Mr. Manoj Gupta, and assisted by Managing Director, Mr. Neeraj Gupta. We are a family-run company, and we believe in strong relationships, and that is how we've been able to, work through these 35 years, because we believe that when we work in a family, it matters, everyone in the company matters to us, and everyone is a family to us, even our customers and the end users and the heroes who are guarding us at our borders. Excuse me, I need IT support. Oh, sorry. I think so, okay. So we started with the M. Kumar Udyog name way back in 1985, but we shortened it to MKU, and finally we realized that there is a lot of name in this, there is a lot of meaning in this name. Our M stands for empowerment, the K stands for knowledge, and U is our hero. The U we are serving, we are doing great service to. And U is also our inspiration, who always keeps us challenging for newer solutions and better ways to protect. Our core values are empowerment, smart innovation, human centricity, and global outlook. We are one of its kinds of companies in India who started to export way back in the year 2000. Our first export was to the Spanish army who were operating in Iraq, and that was a matter of great pride and honor that at that time when India was still dependent on imports, here was a small company out of Kanpur, a city in UP Defence Corridor, which started to export. And we have served over 230 forces, 3 million soldiers, we have armored over 3,000 plus platforms, and we believe in partnerships, and that is why we have 50 plus channel partners all across the globe. And it's very important for any export company to understand, even when companies come to India, they need to understand the procedure and the system here, because in order to operate, you need to understand the environment. And that is why we believe in this channel partner network, that whenever we go to a country, we need to have local partners there who understand their procedures, but we can fill the gap with our technology and whatever solutions we can offer. So here is a map, global map, where MKU is present. So virtually we are catering to the entire world, over 80%. And there's, I think, so hardly any remotest of place left except for the Arctics and the Antarctics. So maybe once there are soldiers living there, then we'll start. So this is our timeline. We started in 1985. Then we did an acquisition in 2008, a company in Germany. It was a strategic acquisition by our company because they were into armoring of air and land and naval vessels, which we were not doing at that time, so we acquired them. Then in 2018, we could develop a very strong channel partner network. And today we are not just limited to platform protection or personal protection, we are also doing optronics. And going forward, we are looking into UAVs and communication technologies as well. We thoroughly believe in the art of innovation, and that is what has kept the company afloat over the years. We invest huge amount of money in R&D and innovation. We have the state-of-the-art facilities, we have the international quality management systems, and we believe in in-house testing and R&D. Here are glimpses of some of our facilities. 3 of them, 1, 2, 3 are in India. The 4th one is in Germany. This is like 1 hour drive from Hamburg. And the 5th one is in UAE. We believe in large scale infrastructure. We are manufacturing large volume of body armor, electro-optics, and platform protection. This is our night vision facility. These are some of our quality management certifications, and the most peculiar part is the one here, the Perry Johnson in the bottom, first one, is one of its kind of accreditations which we are the only company, I think so, in Asia to have achieved this status, and the US audit house has given us this certification for quality management of manufacturing body armor and helmets in India. We have over 20 plus international patents. Here are some of our smart solutions. Under the Netro brand, we manufacture and sell our optronics. So it comprises of image intensification, thermal imaging, day optics, and laser optics. Here are some of them ranging from soldier system up to weapon sights. And the one in the middle is again a classic case of what we are capable of doing. This is the first aviation night vision goggle which has been contracted to MKU as a design and development project from HAL in India. This is our grenade launcher solution. Then we are also doing optronics for large platforms like tanks and naval vessels. Here are some of our solutions for soldier protection. As ma'am pointed out that India is wanting to provide lot of protection gear for the forces in Africa. So our company can be a great assistance in that area. So I invite people who are interested in equipping their soldiers with the modern gear, which is not only being used in India but is being used in Europe, South America and Asia and other parts of the world. So on the conclusion side, I would like to dwell upon these slides, which is about win-win partnership. So already ma'am has spoken that how India is engaging with Africa, and because we are doing a lot of business through the Ministry of Defense, we would like to emphasize that they have done a really good job. Today we are one of the fastest countries in the world to get export approvals, where in Europe, where we see it takes about 3 to 4 months to get approval or maybe beyond because of the procedures there. But here I can applaud Sanjay Maharishi ji, who's sitting here on the dais, that today we are even getting approvals within 2 days. So it is exemplary. And they have also been big drivers of exports. They have equipped their DAs all across the globe to interact with the international buyers and get the requirements to India. We have good opportunities for line of credit, especially for African countries, and you must make use of it. We have really good policies associated with that. And there are a plethora of other things which we can do as a country and as a defense industry together. Why MKU? Because we have been in this business for last 3 decades. We have the required technical expertise. We have large library of protection and optronic solutions. We have our own R&D base. We can customize the product to suit your requirement. It's not that we are willing to only sell what is off the shelf, but customize to your requirements. We are able to armor and provide EO solutions under one roof, which is a unique proposition. And going forward, like I told you earlier, we are getting into drones, combat UAVs, and as well as communication technologies. And we are already aware about the global market and how it operates, and we have the required certifications in place to address the local needs. So here are the possibilities of collaborating with us. We are willing to do co-production in your country with transfer of technology. Again, this can be a good model for industries who are coming from Africa and want to set up a local defense manufacturing base there. And for the end users who want to buy directly from India, we are very much open and we can sit down with you and customize as per your requirements. And for our channel partner, we have a special program called the Embrace. So our executives here would be coming and interacting with you, and you can contact them if you want to enroll for our channel partner program. And we also have an innovation program for the academia and the research and the engineers, that they can share their ideas with us, and if it clicks, we'll take the idea forward from there. So we are MKU and we are present all over the social media on any kind of platform. And before I conclude my presentation, I would just like to show you a small video, so just to reinforce with some visuals what we are doing.
Today we evolve with tomorrow in mind. decades of growth and big aspirations, we embark on a journey of change.
Thank you.
With tomorrow in mind, after decades of growth and big aspirations, we embark on a journey of change. As we look towards our future, we uncover our true purpose and reimagine our image with a bold new identity. We are all about developing cutting-edge smart solutions, built on our smart trinity, functionality, technology, and design, to equip our heroes with confidence, to make them feel empowered in every challenging situation they face, so that they can safeguard the future. MKU is not a three-letter word. MKU is our promise. M stands for empowerment, built on the foundation of stability and solidity. K stands for our smart solutions, crafted with precision and flexibility. U stands for you, our heroes. We believe that every scenario, every challenge, every mission needs a hero. And every hero needs the right tools to feel empowered. In the land of battlefields, across the depths of the ocean, and beyond the sky, no matter where they are, no matter day or night, to keep us safe today and tomorrow. MKU, empowering heroes.
Thank you everybody once again, and I once again invite you to visit us at our booth, and we'll be very interested to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaibhav. Now our next speaker is Mr. Sanjay Maharshi. Mr. Sanjay Maharshi belongs to 1991 batch of Indian Ordnance Factory Services. He has got wide range experience in production of military trucks and large caliber weapons, including Dhanush guns, artillery gun. He has worked as Joint Secretary in various administrative capacities in Union Public Service Commission for 7 years. During his tenure as Deputy Director General in erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board, he has worked in the capacity of Administrative Head as DDG Headquarters and was also responsible for material management for all the 41 Ordnance Factory at DDG MM. That's it. Big responsibility. At present, he is working as Deputy Director General Exports and is responsible for training, framing various policies and implementation of the same for promoting defense exports to various countries, including his responsibility includes Africa as well. So now hand over you to Mr. Maharshi.
Thank you, sir. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Department of Defense Production, MOD, I would like to extend my warm greetings to His Excellency Dr. David Musabaya, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Mr. Felix Mabayu, Minister Delegate to the Ministry of External Relations, Republic of Cameroon, AVM NB Singh, Principal Advisor, Bharat Forge Limited, Dr. Ruchit Aberi from Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defence Studies, and Shri Bhairav Gupta from MKU, and all other distinguished guests and speakers. It is my privilege to share my thoughts at the CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership. Today's session on defence has acquired greater prominence in the overall framework of India-Africa partnership. Now, the trade, commerce and economic development all hinge on peace and stability. Therefore, India-Africa strategic partnership has incorporated defence cooperation as one of the priorities. Honorable Prime Minister of India echoed his sentiment in his historic speech to the Uganda Parliament in 2018. In that speech, he reiterated the importance of India's role in combating terrorism, peacekeeping and cyber security in Africa. The IADD, that is Indian Africa Defence Dialogue, which was held in Gandhinagar, Gujarat in 2022, was based on the theme that is adopting strategy for synergizing and strengthening defence and security cooperation, and has reinforced India's commitment to Africa. A robust defence manufacturing ecosystem has been created in India. The Make in India initiative launched by Honorable Prime Minister of India, has also opened new opportunities for partnership with friendly African countries. India's capacity for manufacturing cutting-edge weapons is growing by the day, generating new avenues for enhancing defense exports to African countries, and our defense industry can work with you to fulfill your defense requirements. With favorable policies and the government support, the Indian defense ecosystem is now competent in manufacturing key and advanced systems such as air defense, missile systems, the rocket systems, the advanced light helicopters, the Tejas light combat aircraft, Dornier aircrafts, the armored vehicles, advanced gun systems, wide range of ammunition and small arms, personal protective gears, patrol vessels, UAVs and many more. The growing capabilities of the Indian defense industry coupled with price competitiveness makes Indian products a great fit not just for the Indian armed forces but also for the exports to Africa. Indian industry can meet Africa's requirement much more cost effectively. The possibilities of joint ventures, feasible financing models, co-development of weapon systems and prospects of enhancing Indian defense exports to African countries are immense, and we must engage more frequently to arrive at our common desired objectives. India, with the second largest army in the world, has portrayed itself as a responsible stakeholder in the international system and has gainfully employed its military in defense cooperation activities at the global level. As part of its defense cooperation, India has extended training to a large number of African military officers over the years in various military institutions. Currently, India has military cooperation activities primarily related to training fields with more than 1/3 of the African nations. We have our defense attaches located in Egypt, Kenya and Nigeria, and many more defense attaches will soon be we are planning to post them. Further, a number of military to military cooperation events are being progressed with other nations as well. There is already a renewed focus for forging stronger relationships with African nations. The bilateral cooperation or the multilateral cooperation with African countries can be explored in several aspects ranging from sale of military hardwares, support for development of military infrastructure, technical assistance, surveillance, maritime domain, as was mentioned by the earlier speakers, the awareness, maritime domain awareness, anti-piracy operations, multilateral exercises, and other United Nations peacekeeping missions. Now, the new technologies and innovations have a deep impact on modern warfare and are inescapable for providing an edge over the adversaries. Indian Ministry of Defence, through its innovative efforts, has enabled Indian defence industry to imbibe the latest technologies in the areas of artificial intelligence, drones and anti-drone systems, and cyber security. Many African nations, I understand, are keen to cooperate with India and benefit from its expertise. Egypt, Kenya, Mauritius, and many more countries already have a cyber security cooperation network with India, and we are willing to assist other African countries as well. India will be keen to share its military power and technological know-hows with the African counterparts. The Indian defence industry is also open to joint ventures in African countries in field of defence. During the financial year 2022-23, India has exported to more than 14 African countries. The defence line of credits are also operational in Angola, Nigeria and Mauritius at present, and Government of India is willing to offer defence line of credit to other African nations if needed. The concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the word is one family, and Sagar, that is security and growth for all in the region. Vision of Honorable Prime Minister will further pave way for more strong relations between India and African countries. In defence industry sector, Indian government and Indian industry is committed to cooperate in every possible manner with African nations, and we believe in growing together with our friends. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Maharshi. Now, next speaker is His Excellency Dr. David Musabayana, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, Republic of Zimbabwe. His profile is available on the online, so that I am not going to repeat it. You all can go through it. Thank you.
Thank you, our esteemed moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you. The President of the Indian Industry and Executive Vice Chair, Mr. R. Danesh, the Minister of Planning and International Cooperation of the Republic of Guinea, Excellent Ms. Rose Pola, the Minister of Delegate to the Minister of External Relations of the Republic of Cameroon, His Excellency Ms. Felix Mbayu, the Joint Defense Industries Production of the Government of India, Ms. Anurag Bajai, Honorable Ministers here present, the Chairman of the Confederation of Indian Industry Africa Committee, Mr. No Tata, the Director General of Confederation of Indian Industry, Mr. Baneje, and the Managing Director of the Exim Bank, Mr. Harsha Bangari, the Co-Chair of Confederation of Indian Industry Africa Committee, and the Advisor Group Finance and Special Projects, Mr. Kapusani, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. A pleasant morning to you all. I am greatly honored by this opportunity to deliver remarks on the most important sections of the 18th edition of the conclave titled The Next Steps in India-Africa Defense Industry Cooperation. I would like to express my gratitude to the Government of the Republic of India, the Confederation of Indian Industry, and the Exim Bank for according me this time to share with you important insights into the world of India-Africa defense cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, India's position in the world is between what is considered the West and the East. The country's population is growing and is expected to become the most populous nation in the world. Currently, India is the 5th economic power of the world, and it is anticipated to become the 3rd largest economy by 2030. That points to the capabilities that India has. On a global level, India has strong relationships with other players defensively, as evidenced by its involvement in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which looks into peace enhancement. India is also involved in the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, a defense alliance commonly known as the Quad, where it partners with Japan, Australia, and the United States of America. All this, ladies and gentlemen, is in protection of the Indian Ocean region, which is a conduit for trade in Africa. Again, underpinning the position that India has the capacity to cooperate and collaborate with other regions for the defense of certain space. In terms of opportunity for collaboration in weapon production, India has defense and public sector undertakings responsible for the production of arms and ammunition for Indian companies, from which she has managed to win herself from relying on foreign original equipment manufacturers. The country has exposure to other countries, which makes it a viable partner of attaining defense equipment. With that collaboration, India will be able to develop weapon production in African countries that are capable of doing so by investing there. Eventually, this will lead to the establishment of financial models which are key in the procurement of security equipment. India's comprehensive cooperation and partnership agreements in the world provide affordable lines of credit to African countries for weapon production. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the foundation of India-Africa defense relation is based on two guiding principles that have been alluded to earlier on: the SAGA, or security and growth for all in the region, and the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is family. The SAGA is a maritime initiative that prioritizes the Indian Ocean region in order to ensure secure Indian peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. The India-Africa Defense Dialogue has proven to be a major conclave for the development of India-Africa relationship. In the previous India-Africa Defense Dialogue, 50 African countries attended, of which 20 of the attendees were ministers of defense, in addition to the growing cooperation between India and Africa. As you all know, Africa in 2013, they had an initiative. The Silence the Guns was a key initiative in the vision of the integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa adopted by the AU leaders by May 2013. The Agenda Code 2063 is originally stated that all guns should be silenced in 2023 in all of the African 55 jurisdictions. But by December 2020, the AU decided to extend the date to 2030. Why? Because we've continued to have challenges for issues of defense and security in Africa. According to a publication by Mr. Appiah and Ting Zhang of 2020 of the Hague Institute of Global Justice under the Global Governance and Conflict Prevention Programs, they alluded to the resource case of Africa, which refers to a paradox that African countries with abundance of natural resources often fail to grow as rapidly as those without such resources. Why? Because whenever there are discoveries of new minerals, discovery of new resources, be it oil or gas in Africa, you know, or before you know it, there will be an outbreak of a war. And in most cases, Africa will be ill prepared, or the region will be ill prepared to combat such insurgencies. And at the moment, we have such challenges in Africa where a number of the African states are going through war because of resource discovery. So, a strategic partnership with a nation with capabilities such as India would be a need. And it is important that we start to work on that, an integrated program for such an initiative. The 2023 Africa Defense Exercise had 31 African countries, with 26, including India, participating in the peacekeeping exercises. Further development of the relationships could come in form of skills development using the Indian technical and economic cooperation programs, as well as other defense training programs. We believe a platform can be created where we actually have training programs for African countries and in partnership with India. And in these training programs, they should not be, the relationship should not be of a brother or senior brother to a younger brother. It should be on a same level basis where African countries come up with their solutions for training, also training needs that they have, and also India coming in with areas of collaboration where they can provide technical assistance, and also where there's need for equipment, they also bring in the requisite equipment. But more so, we also look forward to an area of mutual collaboration where India and Africa can operate at different platforms, a platform that can be created where they're working with the African Union as a regional body and do feasibility studies for the security needs of Africa. And once that has been established and agreed upon, a solution, a roadmap is created on how it can be delivered on. And then we can continue to have different bilateral arrangements for different countries for their security needs, where they partner and collaborate with India as a strategic partner. Also, in terms of how the Indian companies can customize to cater for the security needs of the African nation, there is need to understand the diversity of the African terrain, as one size does not fit all. In the case of Zimbabwe, India has been engaged in human resource development and capacity building efforts with the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation and the Indian Council for Cultural Relations scholarships being popular among Zimbabweans. Whilst continued collaboration in this area is required for Zimbabwe and the other African countries, there is need for India to collaborate in research and development projects in various African regions. This entails that India ought to invest more in defense equipment production in Africa. Someone has alluded to the AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is creating a huge market that will see Africa, a joint a GDP for Africa and India getting to about 35 trillion by 2050. And with that in mind, it is important that India established joint manufacturing units in Africa. Where we have joint manufacturing units, it means some of the equipment that will be manufactured will qualify on the rules of origin. So they will be able to sell or be tradable within Africa without payment of certain duties and taxes. So it will also create a lot of employment for Africa. As you know, more than 70% of Africa's population is below 35. So it is important that we begin steps in creating that space or that platform where we have joint manufacturing that we work together in Africa. Having said that, I want to appreciate this platform for this conversation where we look at models that we can come up with to forge ahead so that we create a prosperous Africa, a prosperous India, where we ensure that our finances, our economies, and as human beings, we are also secure. I submit.
Thank you, Dr. Musa Bayana. Next speaker in our panel is His Excellency Mr. Felix Mbayu, Minister Delegate to the Ministry of External Relations, Republic of Cameroon.
Good morning. Let me stand on established protocol and try to go straight to my presentation. Just before I came into this room, in a brief discussion with one of the panelists, Mr. Gupta, he asked me two simple questions. What is your defense budget? Do you have minerals? And those two questions set me thinking, and I realized that I could not do my presentation as initially planned because it would sound superfluous. So I decided to restructure what I'm going to say and present what I think would be relevant to this discussion. And in so doing, I thought first of all to deal with the factors that militate in favor of closer defense cooperation between Africa and India, deal with the challenges, factors which challenge this cooperation, and deal with the way forward in terms of opportunities for this cooperation. So, what are the factors that militate in favor of this cooperation? When you find yourself in the trenches with somebody, there's always a tendency to have a commonality of interests. Africa and India have a commonality of suffering, having been victims of colonization, dealing with the same type of problems. But we also have a commonality of problems, the development challenges. And these development challenges, some once said the other name for development is peace and security. And if you have to deal with peace and security issues, you then think of defense policy and the defense industry. thus the need for us to think of how we deal with this commonality of problems. The other problems we have in common is the insecurities. Insecurity in terms of cyber insecurity, maritime insecurity, and terrorism. That gives us a platform of common challenges with which we work. But we have this common history, common suffering, common problems. But is it that easy now, because of that, to work together? There are certain factors which challenge this. The first is that when we talk about Africa-India cooperation, while India has a common defense policy, Africa hasn't got a common defense policy. Africa has many defense policies. Because while India is one country, Africa is 54 countries, with their 54 problems, 54 defense problems. And thus you must factor that in. While we all suffer from colonialism, India had one colonial master, Africa had 4, if not more. And I mentioned that because the fact that we had this multiplicity of colonial interests means that this has an impact on what type of defense policy we have, what type of foreign policy we have, because those partners, even after the end of colonial, they didn't go away. They are still very present in all aspects of our lives. You must factor in then this multiplicity. Furthermore, India is not coming into a virgin market. The defense market is crowded. India is coming to a market where you have many, many players who have been there for a long time and who, to some extent, are creating problems they created. I think the minister from Zimbabwe mentioned most of the problems we face from what they call the resource curse. And I say this not as one who spends his time complaining, but because if you don't factor that in, that they left but didn't leave totally, that the resource curse is there, then you will not know how to deal with the defense challenges we face because they are recurrent. We also have other constraints, and this is in a way to answer my dear friend Mr. Gupta. Do you have a big defense budget? Well, our defense budget doesn't depend totally on us. What we decide to spend on defense depends on what some of our partners think we should. Because as you know, most of the African countries which have dealings with the World Bank and the IMF have a limit on what they can spend on defense. As you know, many African countries also have to deal with arms embargoes. So, as a way of answering you, even if we wish to, we don't have control totally over our defense expenditure. I'm not saying this as a person who wants to spend his time crying, but to say those are factors you must take into consideration as we deal with the way forward, the next steps in India-Africa defense. And what are these next steps then? I think India must focus on its comparative advantages. India comes to the table with significant comparative advantages, one of them being the basic cooperation policy with Africa, which is a win-win cooperation, which is local production, which is a major trust factor, which is local productivity, and also what has been mentioned earlier, the fact that India, being a partner with other major players as a voice of the global south, has the comparative advantage all over the others because India can listen into their conversations and factor that in its cooperation with Africa, because African countries most often are not in those discussions. Indian cooperation in all spheres has demonstrated a high level of transparency and a search for mutual interest compared to many other partners who are involved in cooperation with African countries. This is a major factor, particularly in the defense industry. I said earlier that India is coming into a crowded market. Being a latecomer is not always a disadvantage. It is actually taking advantage of a problem. As we know, some challenges can be opportunities. And India comes to this market with the opportunity to learn from the mistakes of others, to do what they did better or try to do what they have not done. Because I work in the foreign ministry, I'm always very careful the way I choose my words. But as you know, the area of defense cooperation in most countries in Africa is rife with lack of transparency, and in some cases malfeasance. And so India coming to the table with what I mentioned as its record of transparency and accountability helps in terms of comparative advantage. I mentioned earlier that Africa has many defense policy by the very nature of the fact that India is one unit, Africa and many countries, but that can also be an advantage. India comes to the African defense market at a time when the African Union is trying to develop a common defense architecture, the African peace and security architecture, which you all know about. And in that case, it is easier for India to not only contribute in the evolution, the conception of this, but also to take advantage of it. In this regard, there's the Africa logistic base, where the African countries try to pull together their military hardware to prepare for emergencies. The logistic base is situated in Cameroon. I listened to the presentation by Mr. Gupta about the military equipment India has to offer. As the procurement for this logistic base is on the way, I think India can take advantage of this, and that's a major advantage for India. In short, what am I trying to say? India comes late to the market. India comes to a crowded market. India has to deal with the multiplicity of policies, but India's goodwill, India's know-how, which has already been demonstrated by all the efforts put in the Africa-India defense dialogue, shows that there's a place for India in this, the Africa defense strategy, not only a place, but a major place. I thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency. Mbayu. Do we have time for the questions? Okay, so we can accept 3 questions. Anybody from the audience, please? Okay, no questions coming. So I would like to say.
So I was just going to ask, it seems like, first of all, thank you all for your speeches. I think they were brilliant and I learned a lot. But I would like to ask...
Would you please repeat where are you from?
Sure. George Niederinghaus, I'm from Bank Trust and Company in London. And thank you all for your speeches. how will you all approach standardization of not only military interests, but let's say equipping the troops, working together, and actually assigning missions and completing them? How will you make that happen across 54 countries in Africa? That seems like, to me, one of the most major challenges.
So it is a standardization of equipment for various needs, which are different part. Okay. Anybody, Vaibhav, can you take on this question?
I think so. When we talk about standards, what India, I think so. Again, we can take the India example. What we have been doing is we have been collaborating with the United States as well as European Union for writing common standards. So our members of Bureau of Indian Standards are on the panel of the European standards as well as the American standards, and we are having common standards of military equipment now being governed by NATO, and NATO also provides access to non-NATO countries to use their standards if they are friendly. So in India, we've already started adopting the NSN numbers for our military gears. So today, Indian Army is very active in providing NSN numbers to whatever contracts they are signing with the Indian companies. And once these NSN numbers are allotted, then they get published all over the world in a jiffy, because it's all being done on the same platform like NATO. Moreover, we experienced in one of our cases, we were wanting to export military gear to one of the South American countries, and there was a requirement for having NSN numbers. So the Indian office of NSN in Delhi, they helped us to get that number, and that was a really good thing. So taking a cue from there, what I would request the African delegation here, that now that you have a common logistics force base in Cameroon, maybe these kinds of partnerships can also help, and India again can play a major role in giving you the right standards of what is happening around the world. And these standards don't mean that you have to follow exactly what is being done in US and Europe. So particularly in case of bulletproof jackets, when we designed the bulletproof jackets in India, the ammunition profile or the threat profile of India is very different to what is being used in US and Europe. Like I'll just give an example, like the Kalashnikov ammunition which is being sought after in India is not part of the United States NIJ standards. But somehow we modified the Indian standards to cater for that testing, but the testing protocol is based on the NIJ protocol. So maybe leaders from Africa here can even share their example. I'm pretty sure it's a very pertinent question which you have asked, how to standardize the military gear across what His Highness Felix told us, that there are 54 countries in the region and there are 54 problems, there are 54 defense policies, but yes, if there is commonality, anybody would be interested in participating in these programs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think it's a very important question that you have raised. I agree with the minister from Cameroon that Africa is not a monolith. There are 54 countries, and we cannot have a one-fits-all kind of policy for the entire region. It has to be concentrated according to each and every country's challenges. But in terms of interoperability, which you have questioned, some of the exercises that I mentioned, the maritime exercises or the AF index, are basically focused on increasing the interoperability between the two sides. So that's been the focus of India's interaction, which has been not so much in. It's only a recent development that we are going through that. Thank you.
Thank you for asking a very important question, although I feel and think I touched part of it, where I said we have 55 countries in Africa, and but we have one organization, the African Union, and that organization has created some platform where we come up with some level of standardization. However, it's very difficult to come up with like the one-size-fits-all that has been alluded to. So why? Because different nations, the countries have got different sizes and populations. And then we are also looking at the differences or the diverse priorities that they have. Some people are focusing on securities, others focusing on totally different issues. They are also on different development trajectories or platforms or realms. So in terms of what to protect, some countries have more to protect or more interest to protect than others. Some have very little. We also have divergent security threats. Like I alluded to the case of Africa, the resource case. Some countries have huge abundance of resources, and their security threats are high, or interests will be very high, whereas others don't have. Then also have challenges with specific countries. Like for now, Zimbabwe is under economic sanctions, where we cannot have access. We actually have an economic embargo on our defense industries, so we have little access little access to procurement and also manufacturing of defense capabilities. That creates challenges if you have to have standards that you have to meet. So with this plethora of divergence points, this is why we said it is important to come up with a feasibility study for the defense and security needs. Because if you don't know it, you cannot manage it. And if you cannot manage it, you can't improve it. So we need to know the terrain and features of Africa. Once we establish the terrain and features, then we do a feasibility and say, is it possible to come up with a standardized defense architecture? I believe that should be the starting point. However, I've also said in my presentation that India can cooperate at different platforms, at the regional platform and also through bilateral channels or pathways where they create with individual countries. So I think that's the best way forward. But eventually, there will be convergence in development, in the per capita incomes, and once you approach that level of convergence around 2050, 2060, I believe standardization may become a need and a possibility. It will be feasible to have a standardized military defense and military approach. I submit.
Can I say something, please? Can I? Just to add to what has been said, there's one thing developing standards, it's another respecting them. And I say this having learned from recent demonstrations of the respect for standards during the COVID. And this is pertinent to India-Africa relations. During COVID, to have visa access to certain countries, you were required to have particular vaccines. I will not mention the names of those vaccines, you know them. And the vaccines were listed. So if you had, for example, well, they're known Johnson & Johnson, a European embassy would tell you, well, the Johnson & Johnson which you need to have a visa into Europe is not the Johnson & Johnson made in India. I don't know if you see my trust. So it's a good thing to talk about standards, but when they are used or misused, when it's most convenient, then they don't really matter. And in that case, the peculiarities mentioned by my brother from Zimbabwe is what actually determines what we do in terms of standards. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning to everyone present. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Luciano Jodim, and I am the COO of Lorenco Defense. Just as a background, I am an African with a base here in India, and I am part of a licensed defense company. I think the speech that was given by His Excellency Felix Mbayu left us all wanting a bit more. You made a statement that said, try to do what they have not done before. Can you provide us with some insight into the policies and actions that you feel need to be addressed in order to make a positive change?
Thank you very much. That's a very simple question. If you are going into an industry, the first thing is to study what you have on the ground. And if you study what you have on the ground in Africa in the defense industry, one of the things you'll notice is that you have equipment which is not adapted to the terrain, equipment which is not adapted to the reality. And when I then mention this, it's simple, that the Indian defense industry will do what the type of equipment, produce the type of equipment which is adapted to the terrain, a terrain where you don't have energy resources all over the place, and if you need equipment which needs to be charged, you have to realize that there are parts of the country, part of the territory where you don't have electricity. Others have done so. So when I say do it better, I guess because you're in the defense industry, you should have studied and see all the lacunae of all those came before you. Simple answer.
Excuse me. Just to supplement what the Honorable Minister has said, has pointed out in his answer, I think it is when you're focusing on what they've not done before, we are saying they've all been supplying what they have in stock. Like what he's saying, that they are not looking at the terrain features. But we are saying, why don't we have a model where an Indian company, a private company like yours, comes, establishes in Africa, starts producing in Africa? Like I said earlier on, then it means it will be able to qualify on the rules of origin, because it will be equipment produced and made or manufactured in Africa. So instead of shipping manufactured products, come and do the manufacturing in Africa. That's doing things different, as I made. And also the issue of antiquated equipment. We also have a challenge in Africa where we are always receiving antiquated equipment. Equipment that has been phased out, that is no longer functional, or that has exceeded its economic life, is dumped into Africa. High maintenance cost and not very effective and efficient. So we are saying, come, produce, made in Africa, but knowing very well that the technology is from India, then that would be doing things differently or what they've not done before, as a band.
Excuse me.
So we have one question.
Bonjour. Je m'appelle Bakar Ibrahim Ega. Je suis du Tchad. En fait, je n'ai pas une question, mais c'est juste des commentaires en ce qui concerne l'intervention de ces conférenciers. Et en termes de relations de coopération Inde-Afrique, je crois que l'Afrique possède plusieurs structures qui sont des structures régionaux, et on peut aussi développer ces structures régionaux dans les défenses afin d'utiliser un standard unique d'interopérabilité. comme le secrétaire d'État de la Défense camerounaise a cité, que les réalités africaines ne sont pas les mêmes, les obligations ne sont pas les mêmes, les missions ne sont pas les mêmes, les équipements demandés ne sont pas les mêmes. On ne peut pas avoir une solution pour 54 pays dans le cadre de la défense. Mais il serait souhaitable que soit développer des relations bilatérales, soit développer des relations régionales qui sont entre autres l'ECOWAS, l'Afrique centrale, et ça vous permettra d'avoir une réalité claire de la situation stratégique africaine et des réalités de ces problématiques africaines pour avoir des solutions à l'africaine. Et il serait aussi souhaitable de transférer la technologie, de savoir-faire aux États africains, de puissent développer ensemble et développer cette infrastructure de la technologie purement africaine. Dans ce contexte, les coopérations renforceront davantage et les confiances s'installeront davantage et nous allons être en mesure de posséder de tout ce qui est de matière de la défense de l'Inde. Je vous remercie. Mr. Abakar Ibrahim Iga, I'm from Chad. My English is bad, so why I intervene in French.
I would just like to refer to what has just, I don't really have a question, but it's mainly a comment on what was said during the conference. So as far as the relations are concerned between India and Africa, I think we do have in Africa several structures that exist at regional levels, and I think these structures can then be developed further in order to have a better interoperability. As my friend from Cameroon said, we do not have same realities, same obligations, same missions, and hence the equipment which is needed is also not the same. Now, what does that really mean is that the same solution cannot apply to all the different countries in Africa, and hence the solutions that we require need to be based on the contextual and regional realities, and it can be achieved by a better cooperation between various instances that we have within Africa. For example, better cooperation between ECOWAS and Central Africa, and this would allow us to have a clearer picture of all the challenges that we are facing. And in that case, the equipment that we will have can be based on a certain development of the infrastructure, and this will in turn allow us to have better faith and more confidence in this defense cooperation with India.
Thank you. I want to utilize this platform and assure our African partners that Indian companies are ready to come to the African nations, set up their manufacturing facilities and produce the goods customized so that it meets their local requirement. Because this has been one of the main issue which has been raised over here. And you have seen one sample from MKU. They said they are ready. They will make the equipment for you, and which can be customized, which can be optimized for your needs. Now I come to the summarizing this session. First of all, I must compliment CII. So given a very comprehensive panel. One from manufacturing, Mr. Vaibhav from MKU, and one from policy framework, Mr. Maharshi, who is doing all the talks, and one is a consultant who has got a plethora of experience, especially on Africa. That is Dr. Ruchita. So we had a very good session, and coming to the, first of all, what Dr. Ruchita covered is a guiding principles which are guiding our philosophy so far our relations between India and Africa is concerned. There are three principles, guiding principles. Africa is priority for India, Saga, and Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And she also talked about three pillars, which I don't want to go into detail, but most important is the recent initiative what she covered. That was the India-Africa dialogue, which has happened at Gandhinagar, Gujarat, joint exercises and Army Chief Conclave. And I'm sure these are the events which are going to pay us a rich dividend in future. Coming to the Babu's presentation, what is truly said by him, there's no peace, no development. And it's a fact. And he says MKU is the global company. They are empowering heroes, whether it is Indian hero or African heroes. They are ready to do that, everything. And they are in the body armoring material which can be developed especially for you, and they are ready to visit Africa, or you all can utilize his experiences, whether it is a requirement of channel partner or manufacturing over there, everything can be undertaken. Coming to the Mr. Maharshi's presentation, what he emphasized was make in India for the world, but modify it to suit the local requirements. This is the first message what he gave. And he says Defense Ministry is ready to work with you. That's the biggest assurance which any country can give. And what he pointed out, that is having a great big manufacturing base in India, it gives a very cost effectiveness for the African countries. And this is required to be harnessed. He also said military to military cooperation to increase in future, as well as the defense line of credit is available for this country if they want to utilize. Now I would like to say a few words about my own company and its thought process. We are part of Kalyani Group, and we are open to work collaboratively with African countries in the field of defense. The group has world-class defense manufacturing infrastructure at Pune, Hyderabad, Satara and Mysore. Over a decade, the group has created a considerable defense portfolio which spans across artillery guns, protected vehicles, air defense solutions, ammunitions, small arms and defense electronics. So all officers from company are here to have a discussion with you all, and any requirements which are there projected, we are ready to help to modernize your infrastructure, to modernize your equipment, to customize your needs, customize the equipment as per your needs. So this is the second message which I wanted to give. Now it has come out very clearly that global security environment has been rapidly transforming with the emergence of new form of transnational organized crimes and maritime blue crimes. Combating such threats and ensuring security requires a joint collaborative effort between India and its African partners. We believe India and Africa are yet to realize the true potential of their partnership. The political will to augment and elevate this relationship from both sides is now clearly visible. India has placed a strong emphasis on defense manufacturing in the last 1 decade under our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's leadership. Africa could be the biggest benefactor of these indigenous Indian items as it seeks to minimize its reliance on traditional Western allies for security. Indian industry can meet Africa's requirement much more cost effectively, particularly in air defense, air-to-air missile systems, and strategic weapon systems. To conclude, the next step in India-Africa defense industry cooperation holds immense potential to address Africa's evolving security needs and promote regional stability through collaborative weapon manufacturing, innovative financing models, enhanced mechanism for defense cooperation, and customization of products. We can strengthen the partnership between India and Africa in the defense sector. Together, we can contribute to the development and security of Africa, fostering peace, stability, and prosperity for all. Now, finally, I request all of you to give a word of thanks to all my speakers who are here. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Can I please request AVM NB Singh ji to hand over a small token of appreciation to His Excellency Dr. David Musabaya.
First of all, I'm sorry, the name has been pronounced wrongly. It is His Excellency Dr. Musabayana.
His Excellency Dr. Mr. Felix Mubayu. Thank you. Can I request all our distinguished speakers to please come forward for a group photograph? Thank you so much. With that, we come to the end of the session. We all would have to, reconvene in the Darbar Hall at 12 noon for a special plenary session with the trade ministers. And I request you all to join in here at 2 p.m. post-lunch for a very exciting session on partnering on technology to enable digital transformation. So look forward to seeing you at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Strategic Partnership for Progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. CII-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. CII-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by CII-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by CII-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. CII-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. CII-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned CII-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. CII-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support
CII's green initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is CII's Green Initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country, as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement, spearheaded by IGBC, and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability.
India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together.
CII's green initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement spearheaded by IGBC and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability.
India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together.
CII's Green Initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement spearheaded by IGBC and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability.
India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together.
CII's green initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement spearheaded by IGBC and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability.
India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together.
CII's green initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement spearheaded by IGBC and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability.
India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together.
CII's green initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement spearheaded by IGBC and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability.
India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. CII-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. CII-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's advisory services program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film finance.
Cheek, hello, hello, cheek, hello, cheek. Cheek, hello, hello, cheek, hello, cheek.
I'm still inclined to one day I'll look at something like that in Gambia. Yeah, once we identify a good partner, we will look at infrastructure. Even kind of, I'm not going to wish something like helping, advising, that everybody will provide all kind of support. Actually, anyway, we're still at the final stage. I think we're still at the ministry. Yes, everything is done, everything is actually done.
Cheek one, hello, cheek. जरा आक्स को फुल कर दो 2 नंबर दोनों आक्स फुल कर दो 2 नंबर आक्स आक्स 2 नंबर हाँ चीक हेलो ठीक है ठीक है
CII's green initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement spearheaded by IGBC and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability.
India and Africa share deep historical, political and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly remain seated. We are about to begin our session shortly. A small announcement before we start. There are translation devices available outside the gate. I request you to kindly take a copy as some of our speakers may be non-English speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session on partnering on technology to enable digital transformation. May I invite our esteemed speakers on the dais. Ambassador Ajit Kumar, Resident Director Corporate Affairs, Hinduja Group Limited. Mr. Kapil Risol, CEO, Mauritius Telecom. Mr. S. Swaminathan, Founder and CEO, IRIS. Mr. Ranjit Gajare, Head Data Center International Sales, Sterling and Wilson. His Excellency, Mr. Osman A. Ba, Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, The Gambia. Her Excellency, Mrs. Monica Mutsvangwa, Honorable Minister of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Zimbabwe. His Excellency, Mr. Moses Gunkyo, Honorable Minister of Information and Digitization, Malawi. May I now request Ambassador Ajit Kumar to kindly take the session forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen of this august audience. It is indeed my singular honor to chair this session on the theme of partnering on technology to enable digital transformation. While technology has larger canvas and over the years played an important role in transforming several economies of the world, the one technology which has path-breaking impact on world economy is digital technology. The importance of digital technology is well known as its usage impacts all sectors of economy in improving efficiency and productivity. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the speed of digital transformation. India has successfully used digital technology not only for economic gains, but also used extensively in governance, which resulted in effective implementation of several social sector programs of the government. As you are well aware, India is holding the presidency of G20. Amongst many priorities of India's presidency is the digital transformation, which is at the top. India is advocating for digital public good in G20. India would prefer to use G20 narrative to push its own digital transformation story to the rest of the world, particularly transforming the lives of the citizens of Global South. When we talk of Global South, the African nations come at the top of India's priority and focus. India has a long-standing developing partnership with several African countries, where I had also once the privilege of serving as ambassador to Zimbabwe and as Consul General in Durban, South Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, under digital transformation agenda of India's G20 presidencies, there is 5 focus areas: digital economy, digital finance, digital governance, digital health, and digital education. It is important to acknowledge that a shift in digital coverage, usage and diffusion has not been equitable, particularly in most low-income African economies. While internet penetration rates have improved in many middle-income African countries, internet use remains below the world average, though the utilization of the internet in Africa has undergone rapid evolution in recent years. This digital divide poses significant challenges to Africa's digital emancipation and economic growth. It is in this context that Indian institutions and in particular the private sector have a unique opportunity to collaborate with African economies in their digital transformation journey. The joint initiatives could focus upon building critical digital infrastructure such as broadband networks to expand connectivity across the continent, Additionally, Indian tech companies could share their expertise in deploying cost-effective technologies and effective business models that enhance the internet access and affordability in African countries. It may be noted that India has also made significant investments in IT educations in Africa, for example in Kenya and Botswana. Additionally, Tanzania, Ghana and Uganda have benefited from the provision of high-end computers by India. Furthermore, India has played a role in establishing the Ghana Kofi Annan Center of Excellence in ICT in Accra. Collaborative digital platforms present several avenues for unlocking Africa's digital potential. By developing partnership and sharing resources, African and Indian companies could look to create platforms that foster innovation, facilitate e-commerce, and enable digital entrepreneurship. These platforms will also serve as catalysts for economic growth and job creation. Moreover, they can facilitate the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and experiences, nurturing a vibrant digital ecosystem that benefits both regions. It is heartening to see that parts of Africa have leapfrogged in the realm of m-commerce. There are an estimated 120 million active mobile accounts in Africa, surpassing the number of traditional banking products. This trend has the potential to enhance productivity, accelerate financial transaction, expand market access for companies, and could contribute to some 300 billion to the continent's GDP by 2025. In discussing technology and digital transformation in Africa, we cannot overlook the importance of ensuring gender equity. Women play a crucial role in driving socio-economic development, and the meaningful inclusion in the digital sphere is vital. Indian companies can actively collaborate with African stakeholders to create gender-responsive policies and programs that address the barriers faced by women in accessing and benefiting from technology. FinTech and EdTech are promising areas for collaboration between India and Africa. FinTech has experienced a resurgence in both regions with over $1 billion invested in African FinTech startups in 2021. There is a need for more FinTech companies in Africa, and Indian companies can invest in this sector where local regulations permit. The success of Kenya's M-Pesa serves as an inspiration for Indian investments also. Similarly, EdTech has attracted significant funding in Africa, with South Africa alone hosting 340 EdTech startups. In India, EdTech sector has flourished with over 9,000 startups operating in various areas such as school education, test preparation, online certification, and skill development. India has in fact achieved success in the online medium implementing initiative like Pan-African E-Network program and E-Vidya Bharati and E-Aragya Bharati to provide education directly to African homes. As we explore the possibilities of technology and digital transformation, it is essential to consider internet standardization process in different African countries. Harmonizing internet standards and regulations across continent is crucial to facilitate interoperability, foster innovation, and attract investment. India could extend its expertise in this regard and work towards creating an enabling regulatory environment that promotes fair competition, protects consumer rights, and ensures data security and privacy. Cooperation between India and African regulatory bodies can support this standardization process, leading to a more cohesive and integrated digital landscape. However, we must also acknowledge that there are regulatory policy challenges that need to be addressed. These challenges include issues related to data protection, cybersecurity, intellectual property rights, and the establishment of robust digital infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, partnering on technology to enable digital transformation holds immense potential for Africa's development and growth. It is through partnerships, knowledge sharing, and collaborative efforts that we can bridge the digital divide, empower communities, and drive sustainable change. Indian institutions and companies stand ready to contribute their expertise, resources, and experiences to support Africa in its digital transformational journey. By working together, we can create a future where technology becomes a catalyst of inclusive development, where no one is left behind in the digital era. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure to invite Mr. Kapil Risol, CEO of the Mauritius Telecom, to give his address. You have the floor, sir.
I wish you all a good afternoon, everyone. Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Mr. Noel Tata, Chairman, Confederation of Indian Industry Africa Committee. Chairperson of this session, Mr. Ajit Kumar. Honorable Ministers present. Members of the G20 Secretariat. Distinguished key speakers and honorable guests. Good afternoon. My name is Kapil Risol. I am the CEO of Mauritius Telecom. So I am honored to stand before you today to address the CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership. I will impart the remarkable story of Mauritius and the pivotal role that Mauritius Telecom has played in transforming the country into a digital economy. So a quick facts about Mauritius as a country. Despite of its modest land area of almost 2,040 square kilometers, its potential to growth and innovation knows no bounds. With its exclusive economic zone spanning at 2.3 million square kilometers, sets the stage for a thriving economy. Mauritius has experienced consistent GDP growth of approximately 4.6% per annum. This growth has propelled the nation to a high standard living and enhanced the well-being of its people. As of 2023, the GDP is estimated to be $12.2 billion US, representing a significant increase from $8,100 US per capita in 2010, with the current estimate reaching almost $12,000 US as the for the per capita. Sorry. So Mauritius is a land of diversity with both of its in its population and languages. With over 1.3 million population, Mauritius is the home to a vibrant blend of ethnicities. The official languages spoken in Mauritius are English, French, and the local dialect Mauritian Creole. The literacy rate in Mauritius stands at an impressive 98.7%, one of the highest rates in Africa. Tourism plays a vital role in Mauritius, with the island attracting over 1.3 million tourists in 2022. Most of these visitors come from Europe, followed by Africa and Asia. Mauritius is a thriving hub for entrepreneurship and investment. With approximately 150,000 businesses, Mauritius has positioned itself as a prime business destination, offering a secure investment climate and a favorable business environment. Mauritius has earned recognition as Africa hub for business and investment. The country has further garnered global recognition, such as the top position in Africa for ease of doing business, economic freedom, network readiness, and ICT development. Now I'm going to the main topic today is about the company itself, Mauritius Telecom, how we have played a role of a key enabler of the digital economy and digital transformation. So as the CEO of Mauritius Telecom, let me shed light on the remarkable achievement and contribution of this company. As the largest telecommunication company in Mauritius, Mauritius Telecom has been instrumental in advancing connectivity, innovation, groundbreaking services and products, and driving the socio-economic development of the country. Established in 1988, Mauritius Telecom, a state-owned company, has undergone a multiple transformative and strategic changes, including a merger in 1992 and a strategic partnership with France Telecom, known as today Orange, in 2000, resulting in its current state. Under the unified brand name called Mighty, this is our brand name in Mauritius, so Mauritius Telecom offers a comprehensive range of telecommunication services and technologies, including ultra-fast fiber broadband services to all the homes, mobile services, fixed line services, linear and OTT TV content, and we have now embarked in the fintech industry. A quick fact about Mauritius Telecom. So we have a fully fibered network around the island. So all the households are today fibered. So we have 340,000 fixed line using the IP technology, the SIP, to getting the telephone service. We have 300,000 internet fiber broadband customers, the speed ranging from 50 to 1 gig speed on fiber for the home. And we have more than 1 million mobile customer base. So for a population of 1.3 million, I'm proud to say that Mauritius mobile penetration is more than 160%, including the competitor. So we have the 60% market share in Mauritius on the broadband, mobile broadband with the mobile data, and 85% for the home internet. The company completed an island-wide fiber development by the end of 2018. This milestone brought ultra-speed broadband internet to the Mauritian citizens and businesses, fostering growth in the ICT industry and establishing it is a significant pillar for the company. The company has also rolled out a 4G network throughout the island, and this year we are starting the deployment of 5G, which we're going to complete by the end of 2024, island-wise, a 5G coverage. So which means the company will let go the 2G, 3G, and we're going to stay only on a 4G and 5G mobile technology, because the smartphone penetration today in Mauritius stands at 90%, which means out of the mobile services, 90% are using mobile data. In 2020, the company made another transformation in the digital economy. So we introduced the Mighty Money to enter into the fintech industry, which is a technology to disrupt the payment industry by offering a convenient and secure digital financial services. This landmark initiative has provided customers with a seamless and efficient way to manage the financial transaction instead of using the traditional banking services. In line with the digitalization and cloud services strategy, Mauritius Telecom has invested more than 1.5 billion Mauritian rupees in a Tier 4 data center and also a backup on a Tier 3 data center. This initiative has placed Mauritius Telecom as a key player in the region to provide that kind of service to other countries. Mauritius Telecom has also a digital factory. So we have a division within Mauritius Telecom with almost 75 software engineers, where we are developing a lot of artificial intelligence application. So this is a digital factory that we have put in place to help the digital transformation for the B2C and B2B and B2G market. To bolster its international network capabilities, Mauritius Telecom relies mainly on fiber optic submarine cables. This approach ensures efficient and robust international connectivity. The company has completed almost 3 independent routes today. So we have one route which is called the SAFE, which connects Mauritius to Réunion Island, to Madagascar, and it goes up to South Africa in Cape Town. And from there, we have a route going to Europe. And on the eastern route, we have Mauritius going to India in Cochin, and then to Singapore to Malaysia. So this is the eastern route. We have also implemented another submarine cable called Lion, which connects Mauritius to Réunion Island, to Madagascar, and it goes to Kenya. So this is another route. We go through the eastern coast of Africa up to Europe. And last month, we have started implementing a third submarine cable called T3, which is a submarine cable with 4 submarine fiber pairs, giving up to 72 terabit of speed. So the implementation is ending next month. It's a connection from Mauritius with a possible branching in Réunion Island, in Madagascar, and it's ending in South Africa, close to Durban. Now, we are also in discussion with the government of India and some of the telco companies in India, and with also Singapore, to bring this cable from Mauritius up to India and going to Singapore to have another route as a backup. Mauritius Telecom has strategic point of presence in Europe, Asia, and Africa, facilitating seamless connectivity across the region. Additionally, the company, as I mentioned, implemented the T3 cable, which is going to be put under commercial as of end of this year. So in terms of future and investment, so ladies and gentlemen, the future holds exciting opportunities for Mauritius and Mauritius Telecom. As the country continues its path to becoming a smart Mauritius by 2030, investment in the ICT sector are paramount. Mauritius Telecom stands at the forefront, ready to embrace opportunities, which I am delighted to present for the investors looking to seize the potential of this dynamic digital landscape. These opportunities present a range of attractive prospects. Firstly, participating in the upcoming submarine cable project, T4, which is going to bring the cable from Mauritius to Singapore via India. The chance of investing in our shareholding, because there is a possibility that Orange might be exiting, so there is an opportunity of 40% stake in Mauritius Telecom. So there is an exercise going on right now. We also have collaborative partnership with renowned international content providers. So we are looking for content providers for the Bollywood content in India to enrich our TV platform. And we are also looking at collaboration with esteemed innovation and digital factories to meet the increasing demand of the artificial intelligence solution and digital services, fostering technological advancement. Future expansion into international market remains one of our strategic priorities, so we are looking for also for strategic mergers and opportunities to host ventures in Mauritius, secured and advanced Tier 4 data center. By capitalizing on these strategic opportunities, investors can position themselves at the forefront of the digital revolution, harnessing the potential of emerging technologies, international partnership, and global connectivity. Considering the above, Mauritius Telecom demonstrates its dedication to innovation, customer satisfaction, and social responsibility by providing transformative services, extensive connectivity, and contributing to the socio-economic development. As a leader in the ICT sector, the company aims to drive the socio-economic transformation of Mauritius, foster the ICT industry, and maintain a strong focus on service quality and exceptional customer experience. Together, we can foster growth, innovation, and enhance services for the Republic of Mauritius. We have contributed significantly in the digital transformation and digital economy of Mauritius. I must say, today, Mauritius stands at a percentage of at least 50% in terms of digital transformation and digital economy. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to embarking on this exciting journey with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Risol, for your comprehensive presentation. And I would now like to request Mr. Swaminathan, founder and CEO of IRIS, to kindly take the floor. You may also like to address the point that how can Indian companies collaborate to improve internet penetration rates and bridge the digital divide in Africa. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Ambassador, Excellencies. You know, when you talk to the government of India, you would have heard of Aadhaar, which I'm told is of interest to many countries in Africa. You would have heard of UPI, which is something that you want to implement. What you have not heard of is the reporting revolution that's happening in India. There's a very significant reporting revolution that's happening in India, which you might want to introduce as the third leg of your strategy. I think Aadhaar is extremely important. UPI is extremely important. The reporting revolution is also very important, and I'll tell you why. I'll just take a few minutes. I don't belong to the internet infrastructure, the hard infrastructure business. We work in the fintech area, slightly different from what the payments area. It's more on the reporting side. And what's happening on the reporting side is transformational to an extent that most of you are not even aware of it. So let me tell you what's happening. In all of our countries, Excellencies, cost of capital is very high. Is that true? Interest rates are high. How do you bring down cost of interest rates? By leveraging data effectively. If you can move quickly to contact less lending, what adds to the cost of money? Apart from the cost of money to a bank, and there are banks here, apart from the transaction cost of processing the loan, apart from the NPAs, if you add all these things, the cost of money is very high. The revolution that's currently happening in India, because of two reporting revolutions. One is the indirect tax revolution, which we call GST, the Goods and Services Tax. And the second is the reporting to the Registrar of Companies. It's a technology that's been adopted by CBRD in Mauritius and by CIPC in South Africa. Adoption of data standards has reduced the cost of data processing, has reduced the cost of governance, has reduced the cost of doing business. And I think if you look at the reporting revolution very seriously, there are 3-4 lessons you can actually learn. One is access to capital has increased dramatically. There are companies in India which currently are lending much more than the commercial banks because they are taking advantage of these data streams. So what Africa can actually do by bringing in the reporting revolution is to create the possibility for banks to lend money to your companies at a much lower rate of interest than otherwise. It's a huge transformation. It's taken about 6-7 years for India to get here. But since we are right in the thick of it, we can actually see the transformation. Today, for example, there are these vegetable vendors that you would have outside your building societies in India who carry bananas and fruits and whatever. There's a company in Delhi run by a man called Mohammed Riaz who lends money to the thelawala just on the basis of the data. There's a company called Vayana based in Bombay which lends something like $1.2 billion a month to MSMEs just using data. So when you talk about data, when you talk about the digital revolution, I want you to know the benefits that are available by following the model that India has followed. We are here to talk about the lessons from India. And I want to share with you the lessons from India. The third thing, if there are any financial markets people here, they will tell you that the Indian banking system has never been as strong as it is today. The whole principle of governance that happens in the country happens with data. How do you supervise your son? Data. Where did you go? What did you eat? Ultimately, why did people come here? Data. You came here because there's a conference happening here at this point in time. So when you look at the central bank of the country, and I want to address the Minister of Malawi. I met your colleague from the Reserve Bank yesterday who was there at the meeting. And the quality of data that's coming in has improved oversight. If a bank today lies to the Central Bank of India, the Reserve Bank, they get caught within minutes. Ultimately, you want a healthy banking system. You want a robust banking system. You want robust capital markets. And that depends on the quality of data that actually comes to you. Which brings me to the point that I want to make. Data standards have become very important. There was a reference to internet standards. Internet standards, data reporting standards, they're different things altogether. Data reporting standards are today have been adopted by about 70 countries in the world, accounting for 95% of the world GDP. The only 2 countries in Africa who have done it are South Africa and Mauritius. Rest of Africa is lagging behind. And this is an area where actually India can actually help you. And at the end of the day, it's a complete win-win. It's a complete win-win. The good news for you is that the data reporting revolution is only now beginning. So the question that I would like you to ask yourself is, do you want to lag or do you want to lead? The race has just begun, and I think it's very possible for you to catch up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swaminathan. That was a useful and a very crisp performance, your presentation. I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Ranjit Gajare. He's head of Data Center International Sales, Sterling and Wilson. I must say that the company has done a sterling job in setting up data centers in Africa. So while you have the floor, sir, may I ask also that you may consider the point, what are the possibilities for developing collaborative digital platforms? Please go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon to everyone. I will start my presentation with what are the key demand drivers for digital transformation that is happening across the world and particularly also in Africa. So there are 6 elements to it. The first is the 5G. The evolution of 5G, which is going to come everywhere. It started in India already, and it's going to be a matter of time for it to happen in Africa. By 2032, it is estimated that 340 million people in Africa will be on 5G. And 5G means 100 times more data than what we are generating today. And I mean, we can just take an example that many years before, when we had Hotmail starting our email system, we had 1 MB of total storage. Today we have 15 GB with Gmail. That's going to go 100 times. So you can imagine the quantum of data that will get generated. Second demand driver, data sovereignty. Data sovereignty is a very, very important element, which already in India we have seen that a government of India giving an impetus to having localization of data, mission critical data and citizen data. I think the same is going to be happening in Africa as well, and it will be critical for this to African governments to consider it. And I think more than 30 countries in Africa today have a data policy on this. Cloud adoption, that's the third demand driver. We see in a huge way enterprises and governments and even the individual users moving to cloud to host their data. COVID accelerated it because it was very difficult to maintain and manage data centers during COVID, because it was very hard for people, skilled and technical people, to reach the data centers and operate and manage it. So that accelerated the movement from physical premises which are captive within your premises to moving your data to cloud and let it be managed by a cloud service provider. The fourth very, very important demand driver is actually the internet bandwidth, which is very critical for operating and managing data. And that internet bandwidth is made available by what my colleague and from Mauritius Telecom mentioned, the subsea cables, the submarine cables that land at the shores. And in Africa, we are seeing more than 65 submarine cables already landed, more than 20 submarine cables being implemented as we speak. So the amount of bandwidth that is going to be available for Africa is going to be humongous. Multiple cities in Africa are going with the smart city initiative. To name a few, Konza city development in Kenya, Egypt is going with a new capital smart city initiative. We also have Nigeria smart city policy. And last but not the least, what powers all the data center facilities is the power, electricity. And renewable energy generation across Africa has helped to have that excess power and have the right power to power these data centers. So these are the 6 demand drivers that have created the right platform for digital infrastructure to be generated, to be created, and to be maintained and managed. Coming to what is a data center, and my focus of the presentation is going to be that, is it's a facility where a host of computers and servers and storage devices operate and run, where our applications are hosted. All our applications, enterprises as well as government as well as individuals, right? Enterprises need data centers to effectively perform and monitor on their applications, and government need data center to deliver their public services. So it is critical for both individuals, governments and enterprises. There are 2 types of physical data centers. One is a conventional brick and mortar data center in a building like this where we are sitting. And second is a prefabricated data centers, where a lot of creation of the data centers happens in a manufacturing facility and then it is brought to the site and fitted. As a company, my company, we are a market leader in India in terms of constructing data center facilities, and we have built facilities for many state governments in India, including the Rajasthan state government. Also, Egypt State Telecom Company's data center Tier 3 certified has been built and developed by us. And we have done work for clients like Microsoft and Amazon and Vodafone and many others, including many telecom companies. So our expertise lies in creating these facilities in India, in Middle East and in Africa. And I believe that companies like us, along with companies which can deploy cloud solutions and can be the right partnership to guide and create these assets and this infrastructure in Africa. In terms of our execution, we have done projects in Egypt. We have already delivered four data centers in Egypt, including the telecom company of Egypt. And we are currently executing a project in DR Congo for an European company which is setting up data centers where multiple cloud service providers will be hosted. And we have also delivered a prefabricated data center in Ghana. So I believe that this is a very, very important fundamental bedrock, and it is also called as the lifeblood of a digital economy, which is data centers. So African governments, we are available with our services to create this fundamental infrastructure for your countries. And we would not be, we would like a collaborative approach and go with the requirements of your government and bring in the right partnerships and the financial solutions to deliver these projects to you. So with this, I would like to conclude my short presentation, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Gajare, for your brief and very important presentation. I now have the honor of inviting His Excellency Mr. Ousmane Ba, Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, the Gambia. You have the floor, Excellency.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you to the moderator, and thank you for fellow ministers, panelists, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure and honor to be here in India and to address these important events. First of all, I would like to thank the government and the people of India for a wonderful hospitality we are experiencing since our arrival. When we talk about digital transformation, what is digital transformation? I always say this, it is a concept. Digital transformation is not a process or an application one can feel or touch. Digital transformation has changed the way we live, the way we work, the way we interact, and the way we make decisions. Gambia and India, being a Commonwealth country, has forged an admirable bilateral relationship over the years. Our relationship has seen an implementation of programs and projects in the Gambia, such as the African E-Network. The Pan-African E-Network project has provided a tele-education, telemedicine facility in the Gambia in 2007. And the second phase of the project, called the EVAB, which currently providing tele-education at the Gambia Management Development Institute, commonly known as the MDI. This project has graduated many Gambians and other African from Indian universities and provided medical treatment through digital means. What is Gambia doing today as when we talked about digital transformation? Our ministry, which is a new ministry that was established in 2022 May. We have looked at Gambia for the last 27 years. Part of the 22 years we were locked out of the global war. As everyone knows, we had a military government. After that, we had a coalition government. This is the first government where it was a democratic elected president, Adama Barrow, who had the vision to establish this new ministry, knowing that there is no country in this world that can develop without technology. Looking at our ministry, again, going back to what do we need to do to catch up with the rest of the world in digital transformation. We have 5 pillars that we looked at. We are very laser focused on what we need to do and how we are going to do it. It is important to understand that when you are building a house, you have to make sure your house has a strong pillars, and these pillars will sustain the house for many years to come. First of all, our 5 pillars are the second submarine cable we are working on. We are at an advanced stage with the World Bank. The second pillar is the data center tier 4, which I was just talking to my colleagues over there. A tier 4 data center in the sub-region, sub-Sahara region in Gambia, which is a 2.5 million population, would strategically put us at a very advantageous stage to provide the licensing for Microsoft, AWS, and Google as well, to able to create local contents and attract international investors as well. Today, if you are hosting your data with AWS in West Africa, the closest location you can retrieve your data would be in UK or South Africa. We want to do it differently. Not the third pillar, which is the digital ID card. The national digital ID card is a must for us. There is no way you can develop or plan your economy in your country without a national digital ID. The fourth pillar, which wakes me in the middle of the night, which hopefully UPI is listening, if they are here, is the National Payment Gateway Switch. Every transaction today in the Gambia, I would say 80% or 85% is done manually. It is our ministry responsibility to make sure that this problem is tackled and solved once and for all. The fourth is the e-governance. We have 22 ministries in our government, and all of these 22 ministries are doing things on a silo. It is important that we have an e-governance where all these 22 ministries can talk to each other and provide services to our citizens at a fingertip. The last but not the least, which we always say is important that we looked at, if you have a data center, you have a submarine cable, you have e-governance, you have digital ID card, you have the national payment gateway switch. What is left is to make sure that all this data not only are in place but also secured, which our ministry has created a unit called the Cybersecurity Unit. As you are building, others are destroying. So when it comes to cybersecurity, there is no border. And not to pivot, recently we have seen the relationship between India and the Gambia. We have seen an increasing participation of Indians in the Gambian economy, and the trade has been improving between the two sister countries. As I mentioned earlier, the creation of the new Ministry of Digital Communication and Digital Economy has set a momentum to digital transformation in the Gambia. We are creating an enabling and transformative policy, legal and regulatory environment that will support technology development, innovation, and e-services to flourish. We continue to improve our connectivity by investing in a second submarine cable, which I just stated, and embracing the evolution technology such as 5G, which we are proudly today to say, which we have recently launched in the Gambia for the first in our sub-region. We believe towards this journey, the government of India and its people can play a great role. This is a premise on technology innovation taking place in India, advancement in e-government and other e-services. To this end, we look forward to exploring partnership with India and would see exchange of technology skills and ICT application through South-to-South cooperation. Our desire is to make e-services affordable through lowering broadband charges and driving costs of devices down. Excellencies, distinguished participants, this event is hosted annually, has given us the platform to communicate our needs and development aspiration. It is helping our institutions and businesses to showcase their potential while promoting experience sharing and knowledge transfer. We believe this is an opportunity to network, identify, and work with partners to achieve our development objective as enshrined in our recovery-focused National Development Plan. Our digitalization and digital transformation process envisage big data, AI, fintech, and other digital solutions to take center stage. Hence, our development of digital master plan for the country. On this note, before I conclude, I would like to share one thing with the public, the participant here today. 2 years ago, there was a question asked between the three most developed countries in the world: the US, China, and Russia. They say, who is running the world today? With no hesitance, they turn to the Prime Minister of India. And with no hesitation, his answer was, he said, all I know is the CEO of Google is from India. The CEO of Microsoft is from India. The CEO of SoftBank Vision Fund is from India. The CEO of Adobe is from India. The CEO of NetApp, is from India. The CEO of Pepsi Cola is from India. The Nokia CEO is from India. I can go on and on. The CEO of MasterCard is from India. So let's ask ourselves, who is running the world in a better way? Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. You gave a real good presentation from the Gambia. We will now have a presentation by Her Excellency Mrs. Monica Mutswa Wangwa, You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, the session moderator, Ambassador Kuma, who has been an ambassador in Zimbabwe. It gives me great pleasure that I have somebody who knows the country in and out. I want to say, Your Excellencies, fellow panelists who are here, esteemed delegates, media fraternity who are here, ladies and gentlemen, and particularly let me greet you all from various nations and regions. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Zimbabwe is greatly honored and privileged to be part of this India-Africa Growth Partnership Assembly under this theme, Creating Shared Future. For us, this conclave, which we attended the 17th and we're here again for the 18th. This conclave has charted a blazing trail of cooperation with Africa in general, and Zimbabwe in particular, and squarely has been adopting and responding to changing times and new responsibilities in global affairs. So clearly, as Zimbabwe, we have a big delegation here. We are here to present a case study of how concerted cooperation partnerships with India continues to chart new vistas of prosperity for our people. Today, truly, and that has been said by my fellow panelists, India is a giant in technological advancement, and as such, Zimbabwe stands to gain through collaboration and partnership with Indian firms. Zimbabwe and India, I become a little too taller. Thank you very much. Thank you. Zimbabwe and India has a long history of cooperation in many areas dating back to the pre-India have become human rights. We now all understand that if we have to move together with our young generation, which are the biggest generation, we need to change the pattern of consumption of information. So we have to move everything, our files, our history, which has been in analog form. If our new generation are going to read about their history, it has all to be digitalized. Otherwise, we'll continue to feed them with other content coming from other countries. So the transformation, digital transformation has become really a very important issue for the government of Zimbabwe, which is very concerned about moving with everybody and leaving no one behind or no place even for that matter. So we are here to make sure that we migrate to digital sound broadcasting, and that will provide extra spectrum since it is in the digital format. Our region, which is the SADC region, is pushing for digital sound broadcasting as this offers more services, good broadcast quality, and above all, enables cooperation and also partnerships. India can assist in the form of transmitters and receivers so that Zimbabwe can commence the testing of digital sound broadcasting. The envisaged outcome of this technological partnership is that it enhances universal access to broadcasting services to remote communities. And as a government, we work our constitution, which talks about universal access to information for all. Recently, the government licensed a number of community and campus radio stations, and these are mostly located in marginalized areas, that is in our rural areas, because we do not want to leave anyone behind, neither do we want to leave any place behind. These radio stations are vehicles of development as they play that critical role in the dissemination of information. The partnership and cooperation with India will put Zimbabwe on a higher pedestal as we stand to benefit from digital transformation, capacity building, skills transfer, and training. Partnership in technology to enable digital transformation is in sync with our transformative economic blueprint, which is the National Development Strategy 1, especially the thematic area of transforming Zimbabwe into a digital economy. Our government has already introduced a digital center, a national digital center, because it is critical for citizens to access information at their fingertips. We have also now introduced national digital ID, easy for all citizens to get identification cards, digital passport. Passport which used to take 2 or 3 weeks now can be done within a few minutes. So we have introduced that digital passports. And e-government is, again, we have introduced that, but there's still much more work to be done to make sure that all the ministries are no longer using paper, but all on e-government. So all this is being done to make sure that we give a better service. We are in sync with the global village. It is often said digital is the future, but we believe technology is moving at a supersonic speed. That digital is actually now. Technological advancements also bring business and markets closer. Digital transformation also creates new or modify existing business processes, customer experience to meet the changing business and market requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, India has made huge strides in the areas of technology. And as such, for us, we are here seeking that partnership and cooperation with Indian firms, and that is not a misplaced priority, because we've been told by all who have talked before me. The Second Republic of Zimbabwe, through the astute leadership of His Excellency, President Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa, adopted a policy of engagement and re-engagement. The policy thrust is to leverage relations with all friendly countries. We want to attract and secure investments as well as cooperation in order to grow and transform our economy to an upper middle income society by the year 2030, thus participate in the global economic affairs, and this is very achievable. The country emphasizes on good image, diplomacy, and international standing in the quest to lure investors, tourists, as well as to improve international trade relations. We are focusing on increasing exports to generate the much needed foreign currency. As Minister of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, I'm mandated to play a critical role of informing and educating and entertaining the society, on more so informing each and every citizen about the government programs, policies, project a positive image for Zimbabwe, as well as creating an enabling environment for the media to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of India has helped in the manpower development of youth, who constitute the bulk of our workforce through various capacity building initiatives, especially in the ICT. In the past 10 years, over 1,400 Zimbabwean students have benefited in the ITech and ICC scholarships in technology, security, and medicine. In 2018, the Harare Institute of Technology sent 42 students to Shimla University alone under the presidential and national scholarships. We have also signed a number of MOUs with Indian universities, and all this is done to collaborate in academic, research, and innovation. The same year, Government of India and Zimbabwe signed MOU in different sectors of economy. A memorandum of understanding was inked on cooperation in the field of arts, culture, heritage, on cooperation and collaboration on broadcasting according to the Ministry of External Affairs. Furthermore, agreements were signed on the reciprocal exemption of visa requirements for the holders of diplomatic passports. Zimbabwe has its continued support for India is witnessed by our presence at this 18th edition of CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership and other previous editions. The government of Zimbabwe is committed to continue engagements in that re-engagement with all friendly nations. We are a friend to all and an enemy to none. I call upon Indian business partners to explore various business opportunities that are abound with the media sector, which also includes establishment of media houses who want to grow the media sector. There is the potential to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe's development trajectory is underpinned by its demonstrated commitment towards political stability and upholding the democratic principles of 5-year electoral processes in consistency with the country's national constitution. In 2 months, Zimbabwe will be holding its general election for the election of parliamentarians, president, and local government councils. The President continues to underscore his commitment to the holding of peaceful, free, and fair elections. Invitations are also being extended to observers from the region and beyond. This is central to growth in India, Zimbabwe, trade and investment. Zimbabwe is fully represented here by our Zimbabwe Investment Development Agency, which for all investors, everything is all under one roof. I've said this all to just make you understand the potential which our country has. But what is that which can be done in Zimbabwe? The proliferation of artificial intelligence has become more topical and central to knowledge generation, knowledge sharing, modes of productivity, and scientific advancement. And the African Continental Free Trade Area continues to make inroads towards creating an Africa-wide free trade area in real terms. The tearing down of borders across Africa to foster free movement of goods and persons is critical to the subject of technological partnerships, as it has become apparent that no one in the region of the world can truly develop sustainably without cooperating synergies with other regions. Digital transformation must reorder urban spaces based on sustainable energy efficiency. We've told about the importance of energy in climate-friendly terms. Technological partnerships must see effective and effective demands across specific sectors. And these must be associated and transformed into niche markets which make commercial sense and are profitable. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, this conclave today is critical, as it gives us an opportunity to discuss particularly digital transformation, which is the central offshoot of the fourth industrial revolution. In order to reap the benefits of the technology-based industrial revolution, sectors that Zimbabwe urgently requires technological investment include the following. In mining, and I don't need to tell you or the natural resources we have in our country, the question I can answer is which one we don't have. So in mining, technological partnerships can be explored in mineral exploration, efficient extraction, processing, and beneficiation. Of particular note is the lithium, platinum, and diamond sectors. Then in agriculture, efficient and cost-effective food production systems, including in water conservation techniques, these are very critical, because we've got fertile soils, and agriculture we are doing agriculture in terms of making sure that we are food sufficient, and we are actually now looking at exporting food. Small and medium-sized technical equipment to support our smallholder producers and communal farmers will transform food production system. Then in manufacturing, commerce, and industry in Zimbabwe can benefit from technological partnerships to renew production systems by introducing more reliable and efficient systems. In this way, digital transformation has to make sense to the ordinary person on the street and in our rural areas. This means that we need to actively avoid making this transformation elitist and confined only to urban settings. Yes, e-learning, e-commerce, including digital financial penetration, must be extensively supported to reach into the remotest parts of our country. My president's mantra is not leaving anybody or any place behind. Telemedicine is an urgent need in the face of growing communicable and non-communicable diseases. Methods of diagnosis, treatment, and control need to be strengthened, and distribution of medicines can also be effectively managed. Zimbabwe is seeking partnerships in medicines production, particularly generic drugs that can meet the growing demand of affordable medication. Digital transformation must be premised on practical real-life transformation. And of course, we talked about data protection and identification, central registry, artificial intelligence. We must accelerate the transfer of technologies to strengthen productive capacities of states and nations that are particularly lagging. We don't want to be lagging, we want to lead. As I conclude, I want to just say knowledge transfer between India and Africa is an age-old tradition that must be broadened and deepened for mutual benefit. In closing, I truly hope that the digital transformation we seek through partnership will be internally knit and woven together to form the dynamic geography in which the Global South will prosper to benefit the world. I thank you sincerely for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister, for your useful presentation from Zimbabwe. We now have the presentation by His Excellency Mr. Moses Kunkuyu, Honorable Minister of Information and Digitization of Malawi. I request you, sir, to be crisp so that we can start the next session on time. Thank you, sir.
A very good afternoon. A remark I did not crave to hear, because I knew that you were looking at your time and I knew you were keeping those remarks for me. So I don't take them lightly. But I greet you all. Receive greetings from Malawi. How many people would say they don't know where Malawi is? Please, I know there are people here who say, I'm talking about Mali. I'm not talking about Mali, I'm talking about Malawi. Anyone here who doesn't know where Malawi is? There is a hand. Yes, for that person, Malawi, you fly from here to Addis, from Addis, one flight into Malawi, either Blantyre or Lilongwe, the capital city. 20 million people are sitting in that tiny country. This tiny country is neighbored on the north to Tanzania, Mozambique on the south, and Zambia on the other side. We take a day, 6-hour, 9-hour drive, we are into Zimbabwe. Of course, it takes us ages to get into Gambia, but the rest of the continent, we are 2 flights away. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for attending this gathering this afternoon. To the Indian government, we are grateful. Since we got into here, I mean, my first time in India, but having lived amongst our brothers and sisters from India in whichever country we are on, I mean, tell me, where on earth you don't have an Indian? So we are already well accustomed to the culture of India. When I got here and tasted all the food, I was like, oh yeah, this is what we've learned about all the days in our school days. But then coming here as Information Minister today gives me pleasure. Great pleasure, I must say, because the topic of this particular discussion, partnering on technology to enable digital transformation, is one area that I believe we can now talk of a new page in as far as partnering with India is concerned. Since we were born, we have known that we are in partnership with India. You haven't left us behind when it came to trade, neither did you leave you behind in buying the items you brought to Africa. You haven't left us behind when it came to medicine. You are the giants of medicine today. We are coming to India having all sorts of medical procedures, and we hope you're not going to leave us behind when it comes to technology advancement. As Malawi, we've made our own strides in as far as the digital path is concerned. But everything that we have heard here and in the other presentations that have been made about us partnering with Africa, we haven't talked here more about the challenges that some countries in Africa are facing in as far as creating a platform where all these digital elements can land on. We've heard beautiful stories. The beautiful story about Mauritius is similar to the beautiful stories that will be told about other countries that are on the seashore. And you know why Malawi, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Uganda, DRC can talk of a similar story? Our story will be all these 60 cables, submarine cables that have landed on the shores. For us to get access to those cables, it's a nightmare. So our story will be slightly different, because we'll not talk about the advancements in digital that everyone is talking about. We'll talk about the challenges for us to have that access. How do we, landlocked countries, get access to those cables? When you talk of digital payment systems, when you talk of the filing revolution that is there, all these platforms that we are talking about, we would want to stop running around with those papers from office to office. We would want to, implement those systems. But you know that all these ride on the availability or the connectivity to the internet. If we are not connected, definitely none of these will have a take-off pad. So, as we are having all these chats, which I believe, because of the success that we've seen in previous engagements, we know and we have the confidence that these are never mere talk shows. These are not mere talk shows, because we have participated before, we have gained from these kind of meetings. And we know that when we submit our programs and when we give to you the challenges that we are facing, you take them seriously. Malawi has those 20 million people. Zimbabwe has those 15 million people. Zambia has those 20 million people. DRC has that 97 million population. We are talking about 150 million people sitting somewhere still carrying papers from office to office. India will have to do business with those people. When you do everything electronically here, riding on technology advancement, get into that group of 150 million people, you'll have no choice. You're going to run with papers. And then you'll say the ease of doing business in Africa is kind of difficult. Why? You have not helped us from here to address the establishment of a landing point where you are going to do business with these 150 million people. So let's talk of creating connectivity, models of connectivity into Malawi. How do we get this undersea cable into Malawi? We have to cover 2,000 kilometers from Tanzania to land this cable into Malawi. When the bandwidth is landing into Malawi, you can imagine the cost. Zimbabwe has to go through the same. Zambia has to go through the same. We are implementing projects that are calling the diplomatic data corridors that we can connect through Tanzania, through Mozambique, and through Zambia in what we are calling the diplomatic data corridors, riding on state-to-state infrastructure so that at least the landing cost can be lower. If we get support from our Indian players in this field, in getting us connected, definitely all the other programs that we are talking about will have a landing pad. Ladies and gentlemen, the expertise, the resources, the experience that India has, we cannot stop clapping hands. We can clap hands all day because your story is remarkable. But we would want that tomorrow when we meet here, the same kind of applause should be given to us that we've also registered some success. And that can only happen through meaningful partnerships. When we talk partnerships, we're not talking about trade trips to Africa, trade trips from Africa to India. We're talking of serious partnerships where India wins and we also win, building one future. We can't afford a future, ladies and gentlemen, where when a catastrophe hits, only children in India will be able to go to school during COVID, and a child in Malawi, in Zimbabwe, is not going to school because there is no technology advancement. I thank you all. We are available from Malawi to carry on with this conversation so that tomorrow we sing a different story. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your very crisp presentation of Malawi. I had the honor to meet your former president also. So I would like in the end, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much. Due to the paucity of time, I'm not going to make a big conclusion, only to say that digital technology is of immense importance to Africa, and having seen there firsthand, I can only say that India in its current stage can only assist in a large way for the development in digital technology. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. As we bring this session to a close, may I request Ambassador Ajit Kumar to kindly present a token of our appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Osman A. Ba. Thank you very much. And with that, we bring this session to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly remain seated. We will begin our next session immediately.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Thank you. Thank you. Lovely. Thank you.
It was excellent speech you made.
Thank you. Thank you. I know that. I know that. I know that. I become old, but you're not that forgetful.
The world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly take your seats? We are about to begin our next session.
Accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green buildings.
Joy Debussy. Joy Hans. Moi, les thèmes suivants, les autres sauvegardes. Joy Hans, tout ça.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly request you to take your seats? We are about to begin our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to begin our next session. May I kindly request you to kindly take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our session on India-Africa Partnership in Critical Minerals. To begin the session, may I invite on the dais Mr. Manasa Prasad Mishra, CEO, Khanij Bidesh India Limited. Mr. Prabhat Kumar, Special Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Mr. Vivek Bhardwaj, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India. His Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Seko Keita, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy, Hydraulic and Hydrocarbons, Republic of Guinea. Her Excellency, Ms. Monica Chang Anamuno, Minister of Mines, Republic of Malawi. May I now request Mr. Manasa Prasad Mishra to kindly take the session forward.
Namaste. Her Excellency Ms. Monica Changana Mono, Minister of Mines, Republic of Malawi. His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Seko Keita, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy, Hydraulic and Hydrocarbons, Republic of Guinea. Mr. Vivek Bharadwaj, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India. Mr. Prabhat Kumar, Special Secretary, ER, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Friends from Africa, distinguished delegates from India and Africa, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. It's my honor and privilege to deliver the opening remarks on this session on India-Africa partnership to harness critical minerals. With the focus on decarbonization and adoption of low-emission technologies, the global demand for critical minerals such as lithium, copper, nickel, cobalt, and rare earth elements is growing exponentially. Critical minerals are important raw materials for many crucial sectors like energy, transport, aerospace, defense, medical, automotive, and telecommunication. The World Economic Forum has estimated that with the green transition, the demand for critical minerals would increase by 500% by 2050. Critical minerals demand for EVs alone is expected to grow by almost 300 times in 2050 from the current demand. Demand for minerals like lithium, graphite, cobalt, nickel, and rare earth elements will see more than 100-fold increase unless chemistry of batteries changes. Other significant drivers for net zero scenario, the solar and wind power is predicted to double the demand of minerals needed for solar PV panels production and wind turbine manufacturing by 2050. India has an ambitious target of achieving 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel-based energy generation by 2030. To attain these targets, India needs significant addition of renewable energy, grid storage and EVs, which requires large quantity of critical minerals. In order to ensure mineral security of the nation and to attain self-reliance in the area of critical and strategic minerals, a joint venture company, Khanij Bidesh India Limited, that is Kabil, between NALCO, Hindustan Copper Limited and MECL has been formed by Ministry of Mines, Government of India. African countries, on the other hand, are rich in critical mineral resources and the complete potential is yet to be explored due to various challenges like infrastructure, power, water, etc. Just to name a few, Democratic Republic of the Congo is having 46% of the world's total cobalt reserves. Zimbabwe is among the top countries of the world in terms of lithium reserves. Madagascar is having considerable resources of graphite and nickel. Mozambique has potential for graphite. Namibia is also home to significant deposits of rare earth elements, including dysprosium and terbium necessary for the production of permanent magnets used in electric cars and wind turbines. Therefore, Africa's resources are indispensable for achieving global sustainable development goals. It is here that the partnership between India and Africa becomes pivotal, as India positions itself as a strong advocate for green energy and mobility, while simultaneously securing robust supplies of critical minerals. Developing sustainable energy systems for the future necessitates the establishment of larger and more robust supply chains of critical minerals essential for green technology. African economies, as a supplier of raw material, will play a vital role in this endeavor. Their ability to advance up the value chain by developing local mineral processing capacity will depend on their success in harnessing their extensive hydropower resources while considering the impact on local communities and addressing governance challenges that hinder investment. Development of this capability would also require technology, supply chain infrastructure, R&D, and skilled manpower. Therefore, the question arises, how can India play an instrumental role in assisting Africa in strengthening the downstream activities of the critical mineral industry, ensuring that the value is captured within Africa itself? The answer lies in fostering collaboration, knowledge exchange, and technological support. India, with its expertise in downstream activities, can share best practices and provide guidance of value addition processes such as processing, refining, and manufacturing, thus facilitating processing of these critical minerals in an environmentally friendly and socially responsible manner. This approach will not only protect the fragile ecosystem but also ensure the well-being and empowerment of local communities. In conclusion, the India-Africa partnership to harness critical mineral is a powerful alliance that holds tremendous potential. By combining India's expertise in downstream activities with Africa's vast resources, we can create a mutually beneficial relationship that would drive sustainable development and foster transition towards a greener and cleaner future. This partnership has the capacity not only to strengthen Africa's critical mineral industry, but also accelerates the continent's net zero transition. Together we can establish the necessary infrastructure, policies, and practices to attract investment, promote value addition, and ensure that the benefits of critical minerals stay within Africa. Thank you very much. To take the session forward, I would now request Mr. Prabhat Kumar, Special Secretary ER, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, to deliver his address. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Namaste. Her Excellency Ms. Monica Chand Anamono, His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Sekou Ketia, Mr. Bhavik Bhardwaj, Secretary Ministry of Mines, Mr. Mishra, thank you very much for this opportunity of speaking at this forum regarding critical minerals. Critical minerals have become important in recent times because of the importance it has in green technologies. But let me speak a little bit about the partnership that we want to forge. You will recall that we took over as chair of G20 in December last year, and our Prime Minister, while taking over on 1st December, said our G20 priorities will be shaped in consultation with not just our G20 partners, but also our fellow travelers in Global South, whose voice often goes unheard. It is in this context that we held the Voice of Global South Summit on January 12th and 13th, in which around 125 countries of the world participated. And one of the conclusions which was derived from this meeting was that the countries of the Global South must cooperate in all spheres, and therefore critical minerals is another sphere in which cooperation is required. As you will know, that some of the developed countries have already got their own partnership, MSP it is called, Mineral Security Partnership. Of course, there will be many other partnerships because the race is to have as Mr. Mishra said, a resilient supply chain. And therefore, what is required is that minerals are developed all over the world, but as Africa has a good has a good position as far as the indicators so far say that Africa is a critical continent for critical minerals. So as you are aware that we have, as Mr. Mishra was pointing out, that we have the SDGs and then we have the COP commitments. And for both meeting both the commitments, critical minerals are necessary, because the way we are going forward, in which solar panels, solar voltaic, and other critical such as EV, electric vehicles, also consumer electronics, they require critical minerals, and therefore we have to look into ways and means to have a partnership. As the theme of today's or the 2 days of event goes, for a shared future. So for one future of mankind, but of course of the global South. In this context, I would like to also elaborate on development partnership that we have with the African continent. I head the Development Partnership Administration of Ministry of External Affairs, and the Development Partnership Administration deals with 3 or 4 elements, which are lines of credit, capacity building, grants, and there are other areas also. So in all these areas we can come out and have a cooperation wherever the help is required, assistance is required. In development partnership, we say that we respond to the demand. We respond, as our Prime Minister said some time ago in Kampala, that we will meet your requirements as per your demand. So whatever is required from our side, we are ready to come forward, whether it be capacity building, technology, equipments. Ministry of Mines Secretary is here. We were just speaking about in what way, in some of the ways which we can cooperate, which means that if there's a requirement of a study, that can be done. If there's a requirement for equipment, it can be done. So whatever knowledge or technical expertise we have, we are ready to share. So it is in this context that Ministry of External Affairs will come forward and partner with our African partners. So this is what I wanted to say, but I would like to end with what Prime Minister has been saying, and sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka vishwas, sabka prayas. That is, together for everyone's development, with everyone's trust and collective effort. This vision is the mantra not only for India's domestic growth, but a mission of our collective global progress, a vision for our collective global progress. Thank you.
May I now request Mr. Vivek Varadwaj, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, Government of India, to deliver his address.
Minerals have been the foundation of civilization from times immemorial. Go back to school. Which were the first civilizations that we talked about? Bronze Age civilizations. What is bronze? Copper and tin. What were the civilizations at that time? They were river valley civilizations. Sorry for this back to school program. So when we had the Nile River Valley civilization in Africa, we had the Indus Valley civilization in India. So let me take you to how close India and Africa have been, not only from the Bronze Age times, but even earlier. We talk about how the earth was formed, and at that time there was one continent called Gondwana land. Gondwana land was Africa, India and Australia together. And this is not some old wives' tale, because in India, on the west coast, in Karnataka, there is an island called St. Mary's Island. St. Mary's Island has basalt columns. The same basalt columns can be found in Madagascar. This is evidence of Africa and India being together since the earth was formed and before civilization began. Even though Africa is known to be the birthplace of the human race. So we have been together forever. In recent memory, and the Honorable External Affairs Minister mentioned it, we stood shoulder to shoulder with Africa in times of need, in times of COVID. Let me give you a small example of what the rest of the world did. Canada, a developed country, a rich country, a prosperous country, wasted 10.8 million doses of vaccine. It did not distribute it to any other country of the world. They expired in Canada. They did not share in times of need. Even when we needed the vaccine and there was domestic turmoil, even at that time we stood by with Africa. That is the difference. There are lots of times I am asked, here is a country, a large country, which gives so much of aid. Yes, it is a large country, it is a prosperous country, it is a country which has global influence. But I say, all my flaws are the biggest attraction, because I am a democracy. I will never impose my rules on you. I will accept you as the way you are. I will collaborate with you. I will stand by you. That is the difference between me and my neighbor. This is something which we need to remember. I'll give another small example. A small country called El Salvador in Latin America, and we were talking about it a while back. They approached us saying that we have mines, they are now abandoned, there used to be silver mines, they are polluting the water, we need help. We sent a team, they made out a plan, and now we've submitted it to the government of El Salvador to work on it, implement it, so that the livelihoods of people are saved. We are there to assist. We are there to make people's lives better. I was jotting down what are the things that we can do together. One, while Africa is rich in mineral resources, there are other countries which have the processing capacity. And when you have the processing capacity, then you are the only one who will fix the price of your product. Do we want one country to fix the price of all products? Only when you have multiple processing centers would you get a fair price. And for that, we are willing to set up, to develop in Africa the processing capacities for these minerals. 2, when you have foreign companies, domestic companies working, they have to work within a framework of rules. Lots of times, we don't have the capacity to actually visualize and frame those rules. Your consultant may have, for all you know, studied in a very good college in the US, more true to the US than to you. But we understand the requirements of a developing economy. We are one ourselves. We have very recently thought of how to make rules for lithium extraction, lithium exploration. We've just found it, we have to work at it. So that entire ecosystem of rules and regulations is something which we can certainly help with. We have a dedicated institution called the Indian Bureau of Mines, which has been doing it for decades now. Again, an entirely new skill set will be needed for critical minerals. These minerals are not like bauxite, they are not like iron ore. One, processing is extremely complex. Two, they are embedded, they are found associated with other minerals. Therefore, a new skill set is needed for the new age. I think we can work together to ensure that skills are developed domestically. We do not need foreigners to get those skills, but our own people can work in those mines, can work in those processing factories, and we can benefit. Fourth, I think circularity will become increasingly important. It's time that we understood that the ore which comes out has to be processed not once, maybe several times, to ensure that we get the gains, that we don't let others benefit from our resources. The motto of India's presidency's G20 is one earth, one family, one future. Thank you.
Next, I will invite His Excellency Mr. Ahmad Sekou Keita, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy, Hydraulic and Hydrocarbons, Republic of Guinea, to deliver his address.
Honorable Excellency, Ministers, dear participants, my intervention will be based on 5 points. First of all, I'll present Guinea. The second, it's the overview of the Guinean minerals. Number 3, India presence in the Guinean mining sector. Number 4, why Guinea and why Africa and India should partner to harness critical minerals. I will give the example of the mining sector in Guinea, focusing on the bauxite sector, and also propose some areas of cooperation in the area of mining in general and specifically on critical minerals. Guinea is often called the geological scandal of West Africa. The Guinean economy is mainly based on the mining sector. The economy has been resilient in the face of global pandemic. Medium-term growth reached 5.6% in 2001 and 5.1% in 2022. New mining projects and higher infrastructure building helped to maintain this growth. The overview of the mining sector. Bauxite. Guinea holds the world's largest deposits of bauxite. Resources estimated to be 40 billion tons, with a grade higher than 42%. Iron ore. One of the largest and best uptaped iron ore deposit in the world, 20 billion tons of the world-class resources, grade higher than 62%. Gold. Guinea is one of the top prospective countries for gold. Reserves of gold are estimated to be more than 700,000 tons. Diamonds. Diamond resources are estimated to be 30 billion carats, with a proven ability to discover other interesting primary deposits. In relation to critical minerals, there's been strong evidence of presence of nickel, copper, cobalt, and manganese. But further research is needed to determine the quantity and the quality. India has been present in the mining sector in Guinea. We've got Ashapura, who has got an iron ore concession in Forekaria and also a bauxite concession in Bofa. We've got Dynamic Mining, who has also got a bauxite concession in Bokeh. And we've got a refinery gold project with Billion Link, the company registered in Guinea as Ordiamex. They also have a gold concession mining in the region of Kurusa. So there's a strong presence of India in the Guinea mining sector. Now, why should India and Africa partner to harness critical minerals? I'll give the example of the bauxite sector to give you an example how Guinea has been losing out. As one of the second producer of the bauxite in the world, we sell the ton at $38.9 US. And the aluminium cost $334 US. So you can see the gap, how we are being ripped off, by exploiting our own minerals. So we think there are many areas of cooperation that we can develop in terms of, in relation to critical minerals. This can be research. As I've mentioned before, we've got strong evidence of the presence of critical minerals in Guinea. But due to the lack of funding and technology, we haven't been able as yet to determine the quality and the quantity. So this can be an area we can explore. Also, capacity building. Capacity building is important for the future of the sector. Also helping to fund local projects for local transformation. That's why I should basically congratulate the Indian companies that are operating in Guinea at the moment. They are all heading for local transformation. So India can also provide funding to these companies to help them transform locally, which will bring more benefit both to Guinea and to India. So my recommendation is, so India and Africa should stand shoulder to shoulder to harness critical minerals for the benefit of both continents. Thank you.
Our last speaker for today's session, Her Excellency Mrs. Monica Changanomono, Minister of Mines, Republic of Malawi.
Good afternoon. Let me first recognize the presence of His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Sekou Keita, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy, Hydraulic and Hydrocarbons from the Republic of Guinea. I hope I'm going to pronounce your names well. Mr. Vivek Varadaj, Secretary, Minister of Mines, Government of India. Mr. Prawat Kumar, Special Secretary, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India. And of course the anchor, Mr. Mishra. As I stand before you, I'm going to present to you first about the overview of Malawi, and then how India can be able to partner with Africa. But before I do that, allow me to first thank the Government of India for the excellent facilitation and the facilities put to the Malawi delegation since our arrival in this beautiful country and its beautiful city, New Delhi, to this, the 18th edition of CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Partnership. This demonstrates the deep commitment that the Government of India desires in order to foster closer collaboration between India and Africa, and Malawi in particular. Mr. Facilitator and all delegates here present, I need to also say something about the presentation here. We have Guinea that has advanced in the area of mining, and then you have Malawi, which is just an emerging country in the area of mining. So I think the contrast that is here is a very good one, and for us it's an advantage that we can learn a lot from our sister countries, and again from India, how we can advance in the area of mining. As I said that I would like to give you an overview of Malawi. Malawi is still a greenfield in the area of mineral investment, endowed with a lot of mineral resources of economic importance. The rich mineral endowment is due to its geographical setting within the East African Valley system. Most of the minerals are yet to be adequately explored and is sustainably exploited for the economic development of the country. The minerals include rare earth elements, niobium, uranium, coal, bauxite, lithium, graphite, limestone, copper, phosphate, apatite, rutile, titanium, gold, gypsum, nickel, iron, dimension stones such as sodalite, granite, among others. The occurrences of these minerals, and again peace and stability in the country, and deliberate political will to put the mining sector among the top priority list of activities for socio-economic development of the country, among others, create a conducive environment for serious and capable investors to invest in the mining sector in Malawi. Investors are requested to invest in a number of minerals because of the diversity of mineralization segmented as follows. 1. Invest in the oil and gas advanced exploration in the potential areas of Lake Malawi, Lengwe, Mwavi, and Vaza Basin, where we already have done some data sets from previous exploration activities. And then we have the country has been divided into 6 blocks. So all the blocks are empty. There's no one else who is doing any work in that. And if there's an investor that is interested in these blocks, can come in and we can provide the data sets that we have that was done by some companies before, and then the investor can start from there. Secondly, invest in minerals that are raw materials for industrial development for the manufacturing of different materials such as iron and steel, glass, and different metallic equipment. Number 3, invest in minerals that are raw materials for energy production to support industrial development, because establishing a manufacturing plant requires energy. The energy minerals include oil and gas, uranium, and coal. Number 4, invest in minerals for energy transition or clean energy, such as heavy mineral sands, rare earths, and niobium. Number 5, invest in minerals that are raw materials for fertilizer manufacturing for agriculture, a sector that commands about 70% of the population in Malawi. There are minerals such as phosphate, potassium, limestone, and gypsum. And then number 6, invest in minerals that are raw materials for cement production for infrastructure development, such as road and housing construction. In terms of mineral licensing, I would like to indicate that the procedures for obtaining both exploration and mining licenses are quite streamlined. There are 4 types of licenses for medium to large scale mineral sector operations: recognized license 1 year, exploration license 3 years, renewable for another 3 years, retention license 1 year, and then mining license that can be done for 25 years, and again it's also renewable. What is clear is the exclusive rights and security of tenure for a tenement granted to the mineral rights holder. The government also provides sufficient incentives for mining investment, realizing the intensive nature of the sector, whose equipment and machinery are expensive, and the huge sunk costs that investors incur during exploration period. Among the incentives, and I'm sure that most of you are interested in that part, as follows. First, duty-free importation of all equipment machinery as provided for in the Customs and Exercise Procedures Code of the Customs and Exercise Order. The type of equipment and machinery is listed for ease of reference. Number 2, 100% capital allowance for all equipment and machinery during the initial stages of investment. Total capital expenditure is deducted from the gross earnings before tax liability is calculated to enable the investor recoup capital costs in the shortest period. Number 3, accelerated depreciation allowance, annual allowance from the equipment for the entire mine life, deducted from the gross earnings before tax liability is calculated. Number 4, loss carry forward for 10 years intended to attract investment in the marginal projects or capital intensive projects that may have longer payback periods. The investor is allowed to apply the current year's net operating loss to future year's net income to reduce tax liability. Number 5, refund to
input VAT. And then number 6, stability period for 10 years, starting from the commissioning of the mining operations. The agreed fiscal regime is excluded from any changes in law that may occur during the early stages of investment in order to provide certainty to the investor of their financial earnings and obligations to the government and shield them from any sovereign state risk. In all these incentives, the government is foregoing tax revenue to attract investment and enable investors quickly recoup capital costs in the shortest period of time. Therefore, I'd like to call upon all serious investors to come and invest in Malawi, and the opportunities are just so many. As regards to the partnership that we can do with India, first, India can play an instrumental role in helping Africa through the following approaches. 1, mineral processing related technology transfer, as the Secretary for Mines already alluded to. Ladies and gentlemen, you may need to know that countries in Africa have different critical mineral reserves. And I think Africa is so rich than any other continent. And Malawi in particular has recently discovered huge deposits of rare earth minerals. However, there is still a gap to efficiently and sustainably exploit these minerals. Inadequate technology and skills in downstream processing of these minerals has been a drawback. As opposed to many African countries, India is ahead with regards to the aforementioned gap. Africa-India partnerships can benefit Africa through sharing of expertise and technological advancements in the downstream processing of these critical minerals. This could include knowledge transfer through training programs, research, and innovation. Through this approach, African countries can graduate from exporting the raw materials to development of their own processing facilities for value addition and production of final products. Secondly, investment in critical mineral processing infrastructure. So we agree at that moment as well. At that point, African countries can jointly invest in mineral processing facilities, including smelters, refineries, and manufacturing factories that utilize critical minerals with the support from India. And I'm glad that you have already mentioned this, that's a possibility that you are also looking at. And also Indian companies and African counterparts can jointly invest to achieve the same. On the issue of the partnership, if it can accelerate Africa's own net zero transition, development of manufacturing units that utilize critical minerals in Africa will accelerate the transition to net zero by providing opportunities for diversification and the development of high-value products for both domestic and international markets. This will enhance readily available and affordable clean energy products across African countries. For example, solar power products and components for electric vehicles. This will also create local jobs, reduce dependency on importation of finished products, and subsequently boost the economies of many African countries. As a result, many people in African countries will be able to afford clean energy products. On the issue of the kind of infrastructure and investment policy regime required in order for Africa to attract more investments in critical mineral value-added activities, I have just 3 points there. First, critical mineral processing policies in Africa. African countries should embrace mindset change and develop the political will to utilize these critical minerals by developing harmonized investment policies that promote manufacturing of finished products from these minerals. This will allow for consistency in policy implementation with one voice across African countries, thereby creating investment protection and instill investor confidence. So it's time that as Africa, we work together and we have one goal and then one voice. And with that, I'm sure we're going to be able to advance well in the issue of mining. Secondly, development of related support infrastructure and systems. Collaboration in development of reliable land, water, and air transportation networks. This will ensure that African countries face reduced logistical challenges and transportation costs in their endeavor to attract investments in critical mineral processing and manufacturing. With this support, infrastructure and system in place, investors will be able to navigate and transport these products within African countries without obstructive challenges that would frustrate the idea of investment in mineral processing. And again, in value addition and production of final products. Investors from one country can easily access smelters, refineries, and manufacturing factories strategically located in other African countries. Lastly, collaboration in financial policies. African countries can collaborate to harmonize financial policies that are key to the investments in critical mineral processing and manufacturing. This could include harmonization of incentives on physical matters, and countries can also provide support by engaging African banks to support the policies. Mr. Moderator, distinguished investors and delegates, let me end here. I would like to thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Before we close this session, with the permission of the dignitaries on the dais, I would like to take few questions. If you have to know anything about the critical mineral policies as the steps that the government of India is taking, or any approach the government of India has for investment in other countries, we can take those questions. Maybe 1 to 2 questions. Microphone, please. Rupesh, microphone.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Anup Guru from AFCONS. I've seen many African countries having mineral resources. The problem what they face is that there are mineral hubs where multiple operators are there, but the infrastructure to evacuate the mineral is not there available. Nobody is willing to invest. Of course, that investment will be very high for those the mining companies, but nobody invests in that infrastructure. So a lot of expenses or time is consumed for this evacuation of the mineral from the mines to the port or for the exit. So is there, and I hope Excellency Monica and Excellency Ahmad, Mr. Ahmad, they will be agree with that. Is there any policy from Government of India side or any allocation of fund apart from the conventional line of credit to help the infrastructure company or the mine owners to develop those infrastructures? Thank you. I'd like Mr. Pravat Kumar to.
So Ministry of External Affairs, of course, deals with the lines of credit, and that is where we have built infrastructure projects in many countries. Recently, our Minister for External Affairs traveled to Mozambique, and he was in the train, which was the railway line, which was built by India. So, and a lot of physical infrastructure has been built in the African continent by India. So, but particularly in this sector, it depends on, as I said, our policy is that it depends on the demand of the country. Whatever is the local demand, whatever they project to India, and depending upon our own capacity to invest. So, if there is a, say, railway line across the continent, It will be good, but of course it will require a lot of investment. So whether that capacity exists or not, but small infrastructure or even the one that we have done for Mozambique can be done elsewhere. So, but it is, both the ministers, I will request if there is some requirement, of course, of infrastructure, we can look into it.
I just want to say what basically what the government do on the Guinean side is to give tax breaks to this company because the investment is huge. And in addition to that, we give them a time frame to exploit raw materials, not local transformation, just for them to recover the investment they put in developing the project. But by all means, like, you know, if India can come and support in developing this infrastructure, we can move quicker to local transformation. Thank you.
I think more than just putting in funds, that is the easy part. What is more important is to find creative solutions to such problems. Financial innovation is the name of the game. How do you put together a package of incentives? How do you put together an innovative financing mechanism which can be sold to investors as a project? That is critical. For example, if a particular railway line is supposed to take $500 million, nobody needs to put in $500 million. It is important how do you finance that $500 million. Right?
We can take one more question. Since we do not have any more questions, we would like to close this session. Before closing, I would like to thank the dignitaries on the dais for sharing their thoughts, valuable thoughts on this session, particularly for development of this cooperation between India and Africa to harness critical minerals. As rightly said by Secretary Mines, we are not only historically close, but we are also geologically connected. Various things were said in terms of the funding that can come from Government of India side, the kind of incentives that is being offered by the African countries, the resources they have, the reserves they have in terms of the critical minerals to get into the greener future. So all these things are the takeaways from this session, and I'm sure such deliberation will foster the relationship further and bring more closeness among this two, the India as well as Africa, to work towards a better future in both in terms of technological development and in terms of societal development. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you, sir. As we bring this session to a close, may I request Mr. Manas Prasad Mishra to kindly present a token of our appreciation to Her Excellency Mrs. Monica Shang Anamuno. May I request all dignitaries on the dais to kindly come together for a photograph. Thank you. With that, we bring this session to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to remain seated. We will be beginning our next session, the last session for the day, immediately.
Centers. A very good afternoon. We are just about to begin with the last session of the day, which is Partnerships for Sustainable Water Security. May I request everybody to please take their seats so that we can proceed with the session. May I please request all the delegates to kindly be seated so that we can start the session. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership, Creating One Future. May I please request all the dignitaries to take their seats so that we can begin the proceedings. I request Dr. Kapil Kumar Narula, CEO and Executive Director, CII Triveni Water Institute, to please come up on stage. Her Highness Ms. Liana Kokombe, Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation, Republic of Malawi, Mr. Shambhu Azad, Chief Executive Director, WAPCOS, Mr. Shambhu Singh, Vice President Operations, AFCONS, Ms. Shilpa Nishchal, Senior Counselor, CII Triveni Institute. May I please request Dr. Kapil Kumar Narula to moderate the session? So can I request you to give your introductory remarks and start the session?
Good afternoon, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, friends from Africa. Welcome to all of you to this session, which is focusing on partnerships for sustainable water security. And before we, set the context, let me have the pleasure of welcoming the Honorable Minister, Her Excellency Minister Liana Kokombe, Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation, Malawi. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am, to this session. I would also like to welcome Dr. Shambhu Azad, Chief Executive Director, WAPCOS, which is the Water and Power Consultancy Services Limited. It's a Government of India undertaking. We're doing a lot of consulting work, consultancy services, construction in the fields of water, power, infrastructure. So, welcome, Dr. Shambhu Azad. Then let me extend a warm welcome also to Mr. Shambhu Singh, Vice President Operations, AFCONS. It's one of the largest infrastructure construction companies in India. And finally, I welcome my colleague Shilpa Nishchal, Senior Counselor at CII Water Institute. Now, certainly, as you see on the dais, we have a really wonderful set of speakers over here, and we have people who are actually from ground zero. So we have the minister who would be actually coming from ground zero, telling us about what actually is happening on the ground and how this partnership can go in the area of water and certainly sanitation. Then, of course, we have speakers from industry, some of those who are actually focusing a lot on development, both domestically and overseas. And then, of course, I have a speaker which is looking at a think tank kind of a perspective, which brings applied research with her and helps in designing digital decision support systems, which are kind of strong planning tools. So lovely kind of speakers. We look forward to hearing from all of them. Now, to set the context in place, one would really like to reinforce the theme that we have, a very powerful theme that we have in front of us, which is basically to look at creating one future, a shared future. And I think in the sessions right before this session also we heard a lot in terms of how India and Africa are historically close to each other and how India and Africa were geologically close to each other, the Gondwana part which was mentioned. And I would really like to add one more bit to it from a water point of view, which is we are all also hydrologically connected to each other. We have the same hydrological systems which are connected to each other by the same ocean systems. We are connected to each other by the same currents, both hot and cold currents, which drive water and evaporation systems in the two subcontinents. So I think it is really not about sharing future, but frankly we were sharing the past. We also share the present, and we continue to share the future as well. So there are some broad indicators that I want to bring forth. One is the indicator that both India and Africa, especially the sub-Saharan Africa as well, we both share the same amount of rainfall, which is an annual average rainfall, which is close to around 1,000 to 1,200 millimeters a year. We also at the same time witness and see a lot of variability in this rainfall. We see a lot of uneven distribution of this rainfall. Both Indian subcontinent and African continent see the same things. Second is, of course, our occurrences of arid zones. I think like Africa is housing around 45% of the world's arid zone. At the same time, 70% of India is dry land. Then we share also the point that how our economies, both economies are dependent on rainfall systems. For example, we have in Africa, we learn that more than 90% of the area is actually rain-fed area. And same is true with India, where it's not of that magnitude, but still about 45% of our net sown area, which comes through agriculture, is actually also rain-fed area. There are some great successful case studies that we have in India, great learnings that we have in India, which certainly would play a very important role in putting these partnerships together. Finally, but not the least, we both are very much sensitive to climate shocks. It's not about the geographies over here, but it's also about the people and communities. It's also about their vulnerability to such kind of climate shocks. Given the kind of poverty traps that the communities in both the subcontinents are involved in, are into, certainly that vulnerabilities of climate shocks are very high, be it floods, be it droughts. And the frequency and occurrences of both these extreme events is going up. Then of course comes to the mind is, in the previous sessions and in many sessions we have understood the rapid change in land use. See, Africa is great in minerals. Africa is great in mining. Africa is looking at a huge development. India has gone through this progress. India is also going through this transformation. The important part is the rapid change in land use has a very strong connect and also effect on water. And it's really very important to understand which components of the hydrological cycle that we all are so much dependent on would actually get impacted because of these rapid changes in land use that's happening, which is must for development, but at the same time compounded by climate effects. And then finally, sources of fresh water. When we develop, when we do a lot of extractions, minings, industrial development, urbanization, the important part that perhaps what we have learned and what we can carry forward with us is how do we really need to make our sources of water protected against climate, against the quantity effects and the quality effects. So ladies and gentlemen, I think what comes out, in context of water and this lovely, the shared future on water is actually the solution space. The space in which basically we basically say that, okay, this is exactly how we leapfrog. How we leapfrog into a good water management systems that we can learn from each other, that we can apply well in advance of time. And certainly African countries would need that a lot, and this is exactly where the partnerships on water can go up. Now coming to the area is, when we talk about water, the key indicators that we want to improve upon in case of water is, one, we need to deal with managing physical scarcity of water. This is exactly where we would be focusing on, or as well as to deal with economic scarcity of water. A lot of Africa, we know the Central Africa, parts of Africa have a lot of water, good amount of rainfall distribution that's happening over there, but there is a huge need for economic water scarcity. To handle economic water scarcity, infrastructure plays a very important role over there. And through that infrastructure, distribution plays a very important role. So this is exactly where we have, wonderful speakers over here. And with this context, let me now basically welcome, the first speaker who we would really like to hear, is Mr. Shambhu Azad, the Chief Executive Officer of WAPCOS. We would like to hear his views, on what he would like to say in terms of infrastructure development and water resource management. He comes with very huge experience of handling such infrastructure projects in India and abroad. Mr. Azad.
Her Excellency Ms. Lina, Deputy Minister, Water and Sanitation, Republic of Malawi, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I stand before you to share critical issue of water scarcity, water security, and immense potential for partnership between India and Africa to resolve the same. It is imperative that we recognize deep-rooted connection between two regions, as both India and Africa are struggling with common challenge of water scarcity, pollution, inadequate infrastructure, and adverse effect of climate change. It is in this backdrop that our collaborations becomes not only necessary but also mutually beneficial, and it is our responsibility to work together to secure our future. India and Africa share deep historical connections and common vision for progress and development. By pooling our knowledge, resource, and expertise, we can create a powerful alliance for water security that benefits not only our respective regions but the entire world. Among the key initiatives and the areas of partnership for sustainable water security, first and foremost is that we strengthen our bilateral cooperation in sharing best practices and capacity building. India has made significant strides in the field of water management. India and Africa can learn from each other's experience and best practices in water management. India's success in implementing systems and technology such as efficient irrigation system, affordable purification technology, rainwater harvesting, water treatment, watershed development can provide valuable insight to African countries. India and Africa partnerships can further help in establishing platform for sharing knowledge and the best practices in the water resource management, conservation, and governance. Such platform will facilitate exchange of experiences, lessons learned, and technical expertise between the countries through workshop, training program, and study tours. We firmly believe that such knowledge exchange will empower African nations to develop and implement sustainable water management practices by developing cutting-edge solutions tailored for their specific context and for achieving sustainable water security in the region. As far as Indian business is concerned, India's businesses have a potential to play a significant role in supporting sustainable water management practices in Africa through knowledge sharing, capacity building, infrastructure investment, research collaboration, CSR initiatives, and inclusive community engagement. The second area of partnership can be technology transfer and innovation. Technological innovation plays a pivotal role in addressing water challenges. India has harnessed advanced technology such as remote sensing, GIS mapping, satellite-based rainfall monitoring to enhance water resource management. These solutions may include water efficient irrigation techniques, affordable desalination method, a smart water grid to optimize water distribution. A few examples of low cost and energy efficient water filtration system, solar power irrigation system, and mobile application for water monitoring and management, innovative irrigation technique to enhance agriculture productivity in water stress region of Africa. By exchanging experiences, strategies, and innovative solutions, we can accelerate progress in achieving water security target across our nations. Third key area of partnership can be policy support and institutional strengthening. Partnership between India and African countries can extend beyond technical aspects, encompassing policy support and institutional cooperation. India and African nations can have engagement in policy dialogues and joint initiative to develop robust legal and regulatory framework for water resource management. These partnerships will promote integrated water resource management approaches, emphasize stakeholder participation, and encourage the inclusion of marginalized communities in decision-making processes. While Indian companies have a potential to contribute to water infrastructure in Africa, there are several policy barriers that can hinder their participation. Some of these barriers include difference in the regulatory framework between India and African countries, lack of information and market knowledge, financing constraint, competition from other international players, inconsistent policy framework, limited government support, cultural and language barriers. To overcome these policy barriers, it is crucial for Indian companies to collaborate with relevant government agencies, industry associates, and local partners, engaging in policy dialogue, advocating for supportive net framework, and leveraging diplomatic channel can help to address these barriers and create enabling environment for Indian companies to participate in African water infrastructure project. Additionally, building a strategic partnership with local companies and leveraging their expertise and network can help navigate regulatory complexities and gain insight into local dynamics. Fourth area of partnership can be financing mechanism and investment. The access to adequate financial resource is crucial for implementing sustainable water resource management project. India has been actively supporting African countries in securing funding for water-related initiatives. India's growing economy presents opportunities for investment in Africa water infrastructure project. Leveraging financial institutions like Export-Import Bank of India and African Development, both regions can explore funding mechanism for sustainable water management project. Mobilizing finance for Africa water resource sector requires a comprehensive approach involving multiple stakeholders. Here are some strategies that can be employed to mobilize finance: international donor support, public-private partnership, development finance institution, domestic resource mobilization, blended finance approach, regional cooperation and partnership, green and sustainable finance, technology-enabled financing. To effectively mobilize the finance for Africa sector, a combination of these strategies should be employed, tailored to a specific context of each country. It requires a strategic partnership among government, development organization, private sector, and civil society to ensure sustainable financing and implementation of the water infrastructure project. Fifth and last key area, but certainly not least, climate change adaptation and resilience. Fight against climate change must remain at the forefront of our collaborative effort. India and Africa share common vulnerabilities to climate change impact, including water scarcity, increased frequency of droughts and floods, erratic rainfall pattern, and rising sea levels. Recognizing these challenges, partnership between two regions can focus on climate change adaptation and resilience building measures. This includes implementing climate smart agriculture practices, promoting water efficient technology, and developing early warning system for extreme weather events. By jointly addressing the climate change related risk, India and Africa can aim to ensure water security, mitigate adverse effect of environmental change. I conclude by saying that partnership for water sustainable water security between India and Africa holds tremendous promise for our nation, our people, and our shared future. Together, we can forge a path of sustainable development, equitable access to water, and a resilient ecosystem. Let us seize this opportunity to collaborate, exchange ideas, and work hand in hand to create a future where water security is no longer a distant dream, but a tangible reality for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shambhu Azad. I think one of the very important takeaways from what he mentioned, is the need to catalyze sharing of knowledge, need to catalyze sharing of experience driven by good collaboration. That should be, very continuous and dynamic in nature. And certainly, this basically will help in raising awareness on the kind of decisions we need to take on the ground. For example, that was referred to as policy instruments. So design of policy instruments that act as enablers. Similarly, the choices of technologies that we need to make, that he focused on. And then, of course, infrastructure that needs to be put in place and put to use. That's an important element, and certainly institutional and governance mechanisms. Now, to do all this, put all this together and find a solution space, I guess it's important, there is a need to understand the use of something really very important, which is known as we all know, decision support systems. And these decision support systems are very important in terms of designing policy instruments, technology choices, in terms of putting strategies for implementation for a water secure future. And may I now request with this Shilpa Nischal, who is Senior Counselor with the Water Institute, to share her views, experience on use of this solution space known as decision support systems.
Thank you, and a very good afternoon to everyone. So it's a pleasure listening to some very eminent speakers since morning. So as the session goes, we are talking about water security, and we're talking about a common future, shared future, and water, as we all know, is a shared resource. I mean, we all understand the geopolitics of water and how the rivers have actually been there, the various civilizations. It was, the previous session was talking about Indus Valley civilization, the civilization which came, just adjacent to Nile. So the drainages and the river systems have always played a very important role when it comes to managing the resource. Now, coming to water security, there are two key elements which encompass when we talk about water security. One is availability of water, and the second most important one, which is often ignored, is the quality of water. Availability, we spoke about physical scarcity, which means water is not available at all, which is the case in many parts of Africa, because the precipitation and the kind of rainfall patterns lead to limited availability. And second is economic water scarcity, which means even if water is available, it cannot be utilized. So we are talking about availability, then we are talking about accessibility, and we are also talking about how all this can be put to use so that the livelihoods actually get benefited from it. So it's a very beautiful nexus that we keep talking about, which is water, and how the water basically acts as a fulcrum or a pivot in terms of relating to all the various resources, whether you look at the water, energy, climate, livelihood nexus, or you add another element which is how the variability is impacting. So we talked about how the extremes are increasing because of variability and availability of the resource. So what exactly, I mean, having understood the true important elements which go in defining water security, how do we find a solution, whether is it in terms of availability or it is in terms of quality? Availability can actually be measured, because we know this is the quantum of water which is available, and it's over here certain important digital tools come into place. And CI Water Institute has a very unique tool, which is a tool which can be applied geographically. It's called a WattScan tool. As the name suggests, this tool helps in scanning the water resources in any given geography. And with the help of various digital data sets which are embedded inside the tool, it can actually help you in taking sound decisions. So it's not important that, what will work in, say, the western part of Africa or India will not work in the eastern part, because water is a very, very localized issue. So the tool will help you in terms of, first of all, understanding the boundary in which we need to play. I mean, what is the water story in the area where we are? Second, in terms of, what will work, whether a check dam will work or whether a recharge system will work, or whether demand side management in terms of cropping pattern changing or diversification will work, or in terms of, how exactly do you, what kind of a policy instrument will work. I mean, whether micro irrigation will work in particular area vis-a-vis the other. All these answers can actually be devised in a very scientific manner with the help of a lot of digital information which is prevalent in WattScan. And over here at Water Institute, we are very happy at CII to partner with Africa in terms of piloting the application of this tool to some of these countries, and also in terms of understanding that how the solutions which are working in the Indian context are applicable or are not applicable in the African context. So I think that will be a very interesting piece in terms of learning from each other, and also some cross-cutting areas. The second important aspect that the tool can talk about is, this whole, everybody's talking these days about climate and, climate variability, how is it impacting, net zero. I mean, we are just, and way back, I recall when I started, looking at the sustainable development field, the Brundtland Commission report, the Rio Summit, the Joburg Summit, I mean, everything had a connect with Africa in some sense or the other. And what is also something which is very nice and very, very, again, ironical is that a continent which is sitting on a resource-rich mining area, which has so much of resources, whether you look at minerals or you look at water, all these are important resources. How exactly the development in that area, what are the lessons that need to be learned so that, we do not repeat the mistakes that have been occurred, in the developed part of the world, the so-called developed part of the world. So having said all of that, WattScan is one tool which can be applied, and we are very open in terms of exploring how, where we can pilot it, what kind of solutions which can come up, both in terms of groundwater as well as in terms of surface water, and more importantly in terms of quality. In India, we have used this tool extensively across various states. We have worked with various stakeholders. 10% of India's geography is what we have mapped with the help of WattScan. And we have been able to provide certain menu of options which have improved the water scenario of certain drought-prone areas, enabling them to move from the drought-prone to being drought-proof. So that's been our vision, and that's been our aspiration. And we wish through this conference and, the delegates, we wish to actually take this message that, that let's explore some areas where we can partner, we can apply this tool. And just a last point, we're doing a very interesting project, related to mining, where how mining in the end also can result in a lot of water quality issues. And those water quality issues invisibly, knowingly or unknowingly gets translated into the drinking water which the community is having. So how do we take up that problem? And that's where the anthropogenic impacts is what we are trying to measure in one of the areas in Karnataka. So the whole idea is, if similar challenges exist, I think we have certain solutions, something that we are working on, through certain scientific tools and techniques, in terms of finding solutions and answers in that space. So we'll be very happy to discuss with all of you in terms of, how some of the learnings that we have derived over the years in India, how those can be taken to Africa, and also some similar experiences of Africa which can be translated back to India. So it's like a two-way process is what we are looking at. So thank you very much. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you, Shilpa. And I think again an emphasis on a very important fact is sharing of knowledge to sharing of solutions. And here the point is that how a solution that was applied to a certain geography can actually be taken to another geography for a similar kind of an application. And I think both the previous speakers that I see that that we have heard all over here is an emphasis on the fact that today we are living in an age of digitalization. We are living in a digital age. See, geographies are history, as they say. So basically, it's not about Africa and India being thousands of kilometers away from each other. Today, in this age of digitization, we can use remote sensing capabilities. Mr. Shambhu Azad also mentioned about GIS-based, kind of capabilities, remote sensing capabilities that have been developed, satellite-based. And I think these should be tried. Wherever we see there is a success, and I think let's take up some joint projects, and I think the previous speaker mentioned about a possibility of doing certain joint projects in the areas where you feel are really important to be taken up for the partnership. Now let me turn around to my left, and I get the person, Mr. Shambhu Singh, Vice President Operations AFCONS. Now he brings with him, he's the head of water sector looking at domestic and overseas projects, and he brings with him a lot of practical experience of really applying projects on the ground. Now, be it infrastructure-based projects, could be water supply projects, lift irrigation systems, refineries, petrochemicals, so on and so forth. And he has also a wonderful experience of working in African countries. He has worked in Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Senegal, to name a few. Now, may I request Mr. Singh to provide his perspective on how technologies are really making a change on the ground. Mr. Singh.
Very good afternoon to all the delegates and dignitaries. All the protocols observed. I am honored and privileged for addressing on the very demanding and relevant topic of partnership for sustainable water security. As Mr. Kapil told that I am the EPC project background. So I have extensively traveled across the Africa country since more than 1 decade for water infrastructure project in Africa sub-Sahara region. We are humbled to be the torch bearer of India-Africa partnership executing multiple sustainable water supply as well as lift irrigation projects in Africa under the Indian line of credits extended by Government of India, Ministry of External Affairs through Exim Bank of India. We are currently executing almost 10 countries, African countries such as Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, Benin, Ivory Coast, Ghana, and many more to come. We take proud to announce that recently we have commissioned 2 projects, one in Tanzania, that is Dawasa, for the Dawasa water supply project at Chalenji, that is for drinking water supply scheme, and one is in Zimbabwe for the water supply for the Deka power plant. Both these 2 projects are challenging. And here as the topic is there, this sustainable water security. See, sustainable water security and the water, we have to minimize the water losses. In everywhere, water is the natural resources. So, not even in Africa, in India also you used to take it granted because it's a free of cost. Whereas in the wild and all, it is a costly, so we used to utilize very precisely, very cleverly. But here it is a free of cost, so we are taking it granted. So it's a human tendency, whatever it is a natural resources, we used to take it very easily and expending it like anything. So here in water, losses is more. Either it is a losses through tap connection, losses in the transmission main. Here I have observed in challenging water supply scheme, the people are struggling to, the brother and sister from the African continent, Tanzania, they are struggling to good potable water because there is no water at all for drinking purpose. But there is whatever the scheme was going on presently, a lot of almost 60% of water is getting lost due to the leakages and all. With the help of our technical consultant PMC Wapcos Limited, and we are the EPC contractor, engineering, procurement, design and build. So we did there the optimize the engineering, the innovative idea, the recent technical digitalization. In all these things we have applied there. Water gems in engineering, we did all the engineering through water gems to minimize the optimum water pressure from the zero to the end user. So by this way, at least we have saved almost all the leakages. And now after commissioning this project, the day I was there at site, the happy, the relaxed and the happy faces of the women, the Tanzanian women, really, I feel that I am blessed, thanks God that I am part of their, I did something for their smile. Because the ladies, the boys, the kids, they are not going to school. Morning they are coming to collect the water from kilometer to kilometer. On an average, if I am not wrong, almost 30 to 35 kilometer in and around area people used to travel to get the potable water. So by the Indian line of credit or buyer's credit in some other projects, thanks to the initiative by the Government of India, Ministry of External Affairs, through the Exim Bank of India, the financial institutes, and we got the opportunity, Afcon Infrastructure Limited, we are having the capacity, the domain knowledge, technical expertise with other Indian company. I am not telling that we are only the agency, we are the other companies are also there, Indian domestic company. They are also doing good with everybody. We are doing our part, they are doing their part. So we are demonstrated there in Tanzania already. Earlier also we have executed Lake Victoria water supply project. Now people are happy in the, if Tanzania friends are there, the area is Uganga, Tabora area, and they are newly capital Dodoma area. So that is the challenging part, the location. Now in Zimbabwe, see the power plant is running in full this thing. For power plant, water is required. The power plant people will know very well. The water is getting lifted from almost 42 kilometers from the power plant, Hawange power plant. And almost 40% of water is getting lost from the pumping station to the intake, from pumping station to the receiving in the reservoir. From there water is going to the power plant. So in this 42 kilometers of the transmission main through MS pipeline, you know these are the hilly area. So water is not, it's coming not through gravity. Yes, I am somewhat technical, so please bear with me. Water is coming through not gravity, through pumping. Means energy is involved, cost is, money is involved, and the water is getting wasted. A huge amount of energy is getting wasted by more than 30%. So simple example, if X cusecs of water is pumping from intake right through the 42 kilometers of transmission main, the X minus 30% of water is coming over there. So you can imagine the huge water losses, but the pumping is equivalent to X cusecs. So here money is going on in the pumping, that is full 100% efficiency, all the pumps and motors running, but purpose was not getting solved. So again, thanks to the Government of India initiative through Exim Bank of India, and I am taking proud that we have commissioned that project. Afcon Infrastructure Limited commissioned the project in time, although it was in pandemic, time, but we have managed and we have exported all the 42 kilometer of pipeline in one go from here to Harare, and at the site is Hawange. From Harare it is almost 250 kilometer. So we took a challenge, and we are a part of, like that we are a part. This is a one live example of the project EPC execution at site for the maintaining the sustainable potable water to the community of our sister and brotherhood of Africa, as well as the industrial development of power plant. This sustainable water partnership provides integrated and sustainable solution to the water risk facing communities internationally. This is directly linked with the economic viability, environmental protection and social equity is the three fundamental pillars of sustainable water security. The issue with sustainable water security is due to the climate change, change in the ecosystem, which impacts water supply and lift in irrigation, increasing in population and demand in future water resources. It is proven that every 1 in 3 African country, maybe India also, domestic also, facing the potable water problem. So for that, so there is urgent need for this type of project for the potable water supply scheme, lift irrigation projects in Africa, not only in Africa, in India also this type of project is already going on and it is required. We have Afcon Infrastructure Limited with the competent expertise company in this area can help African countries to manage water resources both surface and underground to the welfare of the African country. So how can Indian business contribute more sustainable to the water management practices in Africa? We Afcon having the domain expertise for engineering, procurement and construction and had proven a record of successful executing the project as a policy barrier for here one topic is there, what is the policy barrier for executing the water security and what is the policy barrier. Here I want to highlight the 2-3 very fundamental things. See, when typically this Indian line of credit or buyer's credit project under the Exim Bank of India, the concept to realizing the concept when the project is getting conceptual from that borrower country, then the DPR is getting prepared, then it's sending to the here. So lot of exercise, technical, practical is involved there, right, up to the funding and approval stage. Then PMC selection, then EPC contractor selection. So it generally takes around 4 to 5 years of time. So in short, today, let it in 2020 any project is getting in conceptual. So awarding stage it is coming around after on an average 5 years. So these projects are almost on the funding is on the fixed funding. So you can imagine any EPC agency is executing the project on the 5-year backdated price. There is no price escalation at all. So this is really a big challenge. One have to survive, one have to execute, one have to deliver the project, world-class delivery on the 5-year backdated price. But still we are doing because we are committed but the pain, the financial management, the cash flow is really challenge for executing in 5 years, almost 5 years, 4 years some cases. Here I want to give you a basic example. We are executing a beautiful project, Rwanda lift irrigation project in Rwanda. It's a very good project, developing the 10,000 hectares of agriculture land. A project, it is almost 5 years before it was this thing, awarded 18-month project, it was awarded almost 18 months before. Beauty is that when we have reached the site, clients want something different at all. Whatever it is written, whatever signed, Now the clients want, no, we want something, same thing, lift irrigation only, but we want something more. So, with respect to everybody, we are committed, we are going to execute. Entire engineering, entire DPR has changed. We did it. Now it is still it is not yet finalized, financial approvals and all. So I mean to say again, I am telling, see, 18 month, 20 month is almost, you can, I am not telling it's wasted, but yes, if this exercise would have earlier executed as a policy matter, then we can save this time and we have proper channelized the energy, money, time for other resources. So these are the challenges we are facing as a policy matter, I mean to say. One more challenge is in policy. These projects are exempted. Government of India projects, bilateral, it is written that all the VAT, all the taxes, statutory compliance, it is exempted from that country. But actually when we are reaching at the ground, they are honoring on paper our friends, African countries, but actually it is not getting honored. Because due to the bureaucracy, it is just stuck up somewhere. Means when you are, simple example, we are purchasing the pipes, it is almost 40-60% of the project value. VAT is a huge amount, right? Like that. So when you are proceeding for the VAT exemption and all, now the client is forwarding this to their statutory, there is a tax authority. Tax authority is telling you, no, you have to pay these taxes and all because you are working here. So here one mitigation plan is there. Mitigation, we have already given our observation to our Exim Bank that before signing the contract, it should be in place. All the exemptions, statutory compliances, what the client has to give, it should be in place in contract in black and white. And I would like to thank sir from this forum. Recently awarded Tanzania project, it's a 500 million, it's a 6 package. Government of India line of credit, they did, Exim was very rigid and it was implemented. So I think it's the first time it is implemented, all the exemptions should be placed before signing the contract. So at least one by one, wherever the lesson learning is there, it is getting implemented and sorted out. So these are our practical experience, what I am sharing. This will be not found in some books and all. So it is from the experience, and all of the audience, all are very experienced, so everybody might have faced this type of problem, what I am sharing, and it is getting one by one solved also. One more thing here I need to tell, this policy and all. In COVID, post-COVID time, all our African country, those have borrowed this one, most of them had requested for the monetization. Repayment, deferment of repayment. So that is a policy matter. I am not going to talk on much on that one. But what is hitting us, due to these things, we are not getting paid. That is the bottom line. See, without our any fault, we are executing there, we are putting all the effort, and due to this, between the two bilateral agreement and our two neighbor country, and we are getting unnecessary this one, where only project success is the bottom line is this, maintaining the positive cash flow. If positive cash flow, good engineering, design and drawing, equipment and manpower mobilization at site, timely, efficient equipment manpower, definitely the project is going to deliver. This is a mantra, either it is in Africa or India or UK or any developed country. So I want to close that one, and thanks for giving me opportunity. But after all these hindrances, I am very confident that this partnership will continue, and company like us, Afcon Infrastructure Limited, the technical competent company, we are going to deliver the much more challenging water solution in Africa as well as India or anywhere in the globe. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shambhu Singh, and I think very nice, takeaway from what he said is that water security. water security is not only about securing water. Water security is also about health security. It's also about enabling food security. It's also about enabling energy security, and certainly, as we all know, about lives and livelihood securities. And one very important message is water security is all about smile security. So thanks for sharing your views, Mrs. Singh, and I think it was also wonderful to know some of the case studies that you referred to on the line of credits that have been used for raising water infrastructure in various parts of Africa, and certainly the need for reforms, as you have stated in your narrative. Thank you so much. And now I think we turn around to the ground zero, right? We turn around to somebody who is really coming from the people's community, from the community of Africa, and we request Her Excellency Ms. Liana Khakobwe, if I'm really pronouncing it fine. So for your comments and views, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's always difficult to speak while a lot of people have spoken, and you realize that some of the things which have been spoken, they are the things which you are also about to speak. So you forgive me, but let me dwell on the already established protocols with interest of time. I'd like firstly to thank the government of India for inviting the government of Malawi to the 18th conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership. It pleased His Excellency, the State President of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, to delegate me to attend this auspicious occasion on his behalf. I would like to extend my appreciation being given an opportunity to speak to this theme, Partnership of Sustainable Water Security. The world is being threatened by water security, and in particular, the African continent is grappling with serious levels of water stress. As a continent, we seriously need to mitigate the factors that are bringing about water stress, considering that water is key to strategic development sectors like agriculture, water supply, energy, and amongst others. And it must also be noted that we cannot talk about any tangible development if we do not talk about water, if we do not manage and invest in water. Africa needs to hasten its drive in measures that would mitigate the effects of climate change that exacerbate water stress, which consequently negatively affect water availability. I would dwell much back home in the context of Malawi. Almost every year in the past 5 years, we have been experiencing flooding due to cyclones. This has caused a loss of hard-earned infrastructures like pipelines, dam, rendering the country struggling to meet its obligation of sustainably supplying potable water for all and always. This situation is common in most African countries where water scarcity is becoming not certain due to back-to-back occurrence of floods and drought. It is predictable that climate change will be causing more reduction of water resources in the future, thereby reducing the availability of water, be it in quantity or quality. As a matter of emphasis, most African countries are now categorized to be water scarce and water stressed, which has resulted to an equal distribution of water resources for socio-economic development, be it in space or time. This is becoming their situation, knowing that approximately 3% of the water on earth is fresh waters, and the other 2/3 is water which is frozen in glaciers and cannot be accessed. It can therefore be anticipated that this situation, future coupled with an increase in population growth, can cause conflict on water resources. Hence, there is need for better water management and sustainable use. In the context of Malawi, the government has come up with projects, legal instruments, and institutional arrangements to mitigate water stress. Some of these activities include improving water use efficiency, like practicing water demand management approaches. That's the reuse of partially treated wastewater for agriculture and industry. Conserving and managing water catchment is also another way that we are trying to zero in. Reducing energy intensive treatment and distribution methods that contribute to carbon emissions, e.g. using of solar pumps. As you know, we want to use clean energy. And we are also scaling up in terms of constructing of water infrastructures that promotes climate resilience, like high yielding boreholes, constructing of rainwater harvest infrastructures, such as dams, among others. On the legal instruments, we have a number of them. And on the institutional instruments, we've also tried to operationalize the National Resources Authority for sustainable water resources management. However, the main challenge in implementing all these has been financing. We therefore need to allocate more financial resources to improve resilience in water sector. One of the ways of financing water resilience is through partnership, which I'm sure we will explore more. And this partnership can be local or international. And back home, we are trying to explore more also using the local partnership before maybe you go beyond your country. So local is also important, as well as international partnership. And I'm happy today that over the years, the government of India, through Exim Bank's line of credit, has financed some water projects way back home, which have really improved water security. There is therefore a need to strengthen the partnership so that there is a win-win situation, because most of the times some partnership they tend to absorb more to the partner. So it shouldn't be a symbiosis kind of partnership, but win-to-win situation. And in this regard, Malawi looks to India to assist more in providing financial resources. And the most important thing we're also looking forward is the skills or expertise that can assist in sustaining these initiatives. In addition, through this partnership, India is also expected to enhance its knowledge that can sustain its skills in improving a well-informed water security in the face of water stress to its people through lessons shared and learned with African countries. At the same time, having a water-secure Africa will also help the world to have sustainable, fair global water footprints that will promote, 1, no water pollution, 2, sustainable and equitable withdrawal and water use, 3, full access to safe water, sanitation and hygiene, 4, working with and protecting nature, and lastly, planning for droughts and floods. Therefore, we need to build progress from these complex ingredients of climate, water, financing of the African continent for sustainable security. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency Liana Kakobwe, for your wonderful kind of sharing your experience, sharing your points and views. I think one very important point that she was referring to, and it's a question that comes to the mind, is that water security, as we all understand, is a prerequisite for economic growth and development, right? We all hear this, we all know this, we all see this, right? But does economic growth and development security ensure the growth of water base? So why is it that we have only one-sided relationship? I think it has to be a very, two-way, both-sided. So while economic growth and development requires water, but at the same time, it's also important to understand that water is also requiring the fact that economic growth and development actually take place in a manner that it respects and regard water. So I think it's also very good to know, that about the work that is happening in Africa, about the fact that in Malawi and other places, what you just shared about water efficient and climate resilient kind of approaches that you're taking. Clean energy solar pumps, for instance, rainwater harvesting systems that you spoke about. The National Authority for Water, I think it's a really very good kind of an institutional system that you are talking about. I think it is much required, in fact, very good experiences that one can also share from India. In India, we are actually looking at, for last few years, we are looking at establishing a bureau on water use efficiency. And now the Bureau on Water Use Efficiency has come up, but it has come up as a part, not as an independent bureau, but as a part of the National Water Mission that we have, within the Ministry of Jal Shakti, which is the Water Ministry for India. It's a very good, I would suggest, compliment you for this very nice institutional framework that you spoke about. And certainly, last but not the least, partnerships that need to be symbiotic. So thank you for sharing your views. So friends, this brings us to the end of this session. We have exceeded our time, I know that, but I think the discussions were really very interesting. Each speaker over here really presented. Do we have time for 1 or 2 questions, or
Maybe
one?
Maybe one, yes.
Okay. So thank you for that. So in case there is one question that somebody may like to ask, and please introduce yourself when you're asking this question, and also tell as to who are you putting this question to. No questions? Okay. So we bring. Oh,
okay, we'll take that.
Please.
I have a small observation. I don't have any questions. You see, I would allude to Mr. Shambhu Singh's point, because as a contractor, one of the contractors there, he's absolutely right, he's absolutely hit the nail on the head, right? You see, and only somebody who has experienced similarly this thing. You see, the problem is that water is a social sector project. Right? I'll tell you something very interesting. I was part of a SEDEC water conference. We were, executing a project. I will not name the country here because, there will be an issue. So the water minister was gung-ho about, some big ticket projects. And he said, so I said, sir, where the money will come from, right? How, if somebody is investing money in a water project in PPP model, where the money will come from? He said, we will charge people, right? So I said, who's going to pay for it, because the population is poor and stuff like that. He said, no, tomorrow we're introducing these pay cards. I said, there'll be a strike in the, people will strike outside your home. And lo behold, the morning papers had photographs of, people outside the minister's house, raising slogans and all. What is happening is, in every country, including India, the biggest defaulter is the government itself, You're giving water to, let's say, income tax department or even the municipal corporation is a defaulter itself, So water is a social project and it's more of a fundamental right for people, they will ask you questions. So the best model is that you kind of inculcate people the value of water and those kind of things, and you monitor it properly, you give a proper supply, and charge them less, and the government should pay first for the water and then ask its people to pay for the water. Whereas the lowest strata is made to pay and the higher strata, can you ask a minister to pay for the water supply if they don't want to pay, or a government, house or a government, department
Certainly, I
or
agree
something
with
like that.
It's certainly a policy matter, and I think it is important. But see, water pricing, as you very rightly said, is the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
It's in every country, and I think it's not the government to be blamed. My only point is, as you rightly mentioned later on, government is representing people. The government is also representing the sentiment of people. I think what you said is very important, is how can we raise more awareness in people about these things so that they accept a change. And I think,
I think
that's
it
a
should
good
start
point.
from the top rather from the bottom, by charging people on the ground, I've almost driven, in Malawi from, it's a lengthy country, I've been to Mangochi, Lubonde, and down into Blantyre, a long way everywhere. I've, handled a water project there also, which unfortunately, got stranded in between. No, I'm not from AFCONs. So I've been to, all these 17, 18 countries, So
I got your point, and
yeah.
thanks a lot for sharing your views.
Yes,
so I
thank
think,
you.
In the interest of time, maybe we bring the session to close. Thank you so much for your attention and also for your participation. Thank you, and
Thank you.
once again to all the speakers over here, eminent speakers, for sharing it. Thank you.
Can I please request Dr. Kapil Kumar Narula to hand over us, a token of appreciation to Her Excellency, Ms. Liana Kahahombe. May I please request all the speakers to stand for a photo opportunity? If any of you are using the translation SI system, request you to kindly deposit it at the desk outside. And may I also request everybody to reconvene at the Darbar Hall at 6:30 hours for a cultural program. Thank you so very much for your time today for the session. Thank you.